Chapter 1484. Little girl, it's so tiring for you to sit like this. Come lean on my shoulder. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Less than 2 minutes after they sat down, the sloppily dressed old rascal began to speak rudely. Don't be shy. Don't you think it's right to rely on your friends when you're outside? After he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Yiqian's shoulder. His action made Yiqian's eyes turn cold. She opened her eyes and stared at him like a newborn calf without a trace of fear. You'd better get your dirty hands off me. Otherwise, I'll call the police. After getting into the car, this person made eye contact with his target. They were going to put on a show. Yiqian knew very well what was going on. She pulled a long face and stared coldly at the man who wanted to touch her. She needed to enter the village to meet Fu Hui. After the police investigation, the only person who could reassure the committee member was his mistress who had been with him for 6 years, Li Yi. The woman's name was Li Yi. She was the mistress of the main culprit of the evil cult, the committee member. At the beginning of every month, she would rush from the city to the mountains and tell the committee member everything that happened in the city. The man who wanted to touch her was definitely someone that Li Yi had deliberately called up. Little girls from the city are different. They like to call the police. The old rascal didn't dare to take her hand. Sister Li was staring at him. He had the intention, but he didn't have the guts. He only put his hand on the back of Yiqian's seat. He licked his face and smiled wretchedly. Little girl, we're too far away from the police. They can't do anything about it. Besides, I'm worried that you won't be able to sleep well because of the shaky ride. I'm lending you my shoulder. I'm just being nice. Normally, Yiqian would have beaten him up without a word. But now she had to endure it and pretend to be afraid. Faced with the old rascal's harassment, Yiqian pursed her lips and looked around. She needed to confirm if there were any of Li Yi's accomplices in the car, in case something went wrong later. A few passengers who made eye contact with Yiqian turned their heads away and didn't look at her anymore. They misunderstood that the girl who was being pestered by the old rascal was asking them for help. Li Yi also misunderstood, but this was the kind of misunderstanding she wanted. Big brother, I'll switch places with you. She got up and walked over. At the same time, she reached into her bag and pulled out $200 bills. This is my sister. She's visiting my relatives with me. Just now she was a little awkward and was a little unhappy. I'm sorry, big brother, can we exchange seats with you? Li Yi, who was wearing heavy makeup, was 36 years old. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and she was very recognizable. He was wearing a black undershirt, a black knee-length leather jacket, a red scarf around his neck, a pair of black skinny jeans, and a pair of mid-length leather boots. Among the group of plainly dressed villagers, he looked particularly Western. In the words of the villagers, one could tell at a glance that he was a city dweller. She took out the money and acted as if she was trying to avoid a disaster. Everyone on the bus thought that she was really Yiqian's older sister. The old rascal didn't dare to take the money at first, but Li Yi forced the money into his hands. Only then did he take it with a smile. While playing with the knife, he deliberately said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have had to be a good person." After taking the money, he immediately got up and asked the driver to stop the bus and let him out. Once he took the money, there was no need to give it back. Even if it was Sister Li's money, he still took it. It was normal for him to collect some fees for doing things. Chapter 1485. As soon as he got out of the car, the atmosphere in the car was much more relaxed. Li Yi sat down and said to Yiqian earnestly, "Sister, you have to be careful when you go out alone. Now that the world has changed, there are too many bad people. How can a girl like you be so bold? I see that you're dressed well and even use a mobile phone. Which village are you going to visit?" In addition to being the mistress of the committee member, Li Yi also had another identity. She was the boss of the Golden Bath Center. Her identity was also revealed from Charlie's mouth. She had been active in Yuyang for a long time, taking in girls who had been abducted and sold. Through various illegal and cruel means, she forced the girls to engage in illegal activities. Now Yiqian was the girl she wanted to abduct. She, who was in charge of Yuyang, had the backing of the committee member, the leader of the cult. She hired members of the cult to specifically find girls who liked to reap without sowing, and then used various reasons to abduct girls in Yuyang. Then she controlled the personal freedom of the girls and used threats and promises to make these girls willingly sell their bodies in order to obtain money. It was precisely because they were abducting girls who liked to reap without sowing that they had never been discovered. No girls chose to call the police because they were often willing to stay after tasting the sweetness. Li's life experience was also very rough. When she was young, she didn't like to study. All she wanted was to live a good life. After dropping out of school in junior high, she entered society and dated a boyfriend who was twice her age. Young and ignorant, she thought that she had found a life support, a man who was willing to spend money for her, who knew that her boyfriend would turn around and sell her to a snakehead, who specialized in organizing girls to sell their bodies in the sauna centers and foot massage centers in Zhejiang. Li, who had resisted before, received a customer for the first time. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was forced to sit at the bar on the first day and received a total of 800 yuan. The snakehead took 400 yuan for the tea and gave her the remaining 400 yuan. In 1988, she could earn 800 yuan a day, which was more than the 9-to-5 jobs of the city's office workers. From then on, Li no longer ran away and no longer thought about leaving. She peacefully became a hostess. Li, who was used to a life of drunkenness, went further and further away. When she was 30 years old and no longer young, she met a man who was generous and spent a lot of money. Although he was not handsome, he could bring her to high-end places. He could buy a car and a house whenever he wanted. From 1994 to 1999, Li had followed this man for 6 years. She became the lady boss and the procuress, taking in girls who were as ambitious as she was back then and liked to reap without sowing. If someone didn't submit to her, she would use such violent means as defiling, beating, and imprisoning to force them to submit. In Li's words, who can you blame for your own bad luck? In the past 4 years, she couldn't even remember how many girls had been beaten to death or crippled by Li. But so what? If he hadn't behaved himself back then, he would have been beaten to death long ago. That was why it was said that one had to accept one's fate. If one didn't accept one's fate, they would end up in a miserable state. The car swayed as it moved. Some of the villagers in the car started smoking, while the familiar ones started chatting loudly. The whole car was noisy. They were also whispering about what had happened just now, but they didn't dare to let the people in the car hear them. In the back of the car, Yi Qian had already opened his heart to Li and told her everything. I don't want to go home. So boring. Sis, where's this car going? I didn't look and just jumped into the car. I don't even know where it's going. Chapter 1486. When Li heard this, the smile on her face deepened and became more sincere. She liked this kind of girl. She was naive, self-righteous, and most importantly, she ran away from home. It's good to be young. You can leave whenever you want without any burden. This car is going to a small county. It's also the most beautiful county in Yuyang. There are many mountains around it, and many foreign tourists love to go there to play. Take my husband's house for example. When I agreed to marry him, it was because I was fascinated by the scenery in his village. Li was a very chatty woman, and she was also a very smart woman. When she heard that Yi Qian didn't even plan where she was going, she began to seduce Yi Qian without leaving a trace. If Yi Qian was really a girl who didn't hide from worldly affairs, after nearly an hour of chatting, she would definitely completely believe Li, who gave off a generous and kind impression. No wonder the big committee member only trusted Li despite having so many mistresses. With her glib tongue and outstanding interpersonal skills, it was easy for her to gain the big committee member's favor. Yi Qian, who had been tricked for so long, began to fish for information. She tilted her head and asked excitedly, "Is it really that beautiful? Where is it? Is there food? Where do you live? Are the people there good? I heard that the people in the village like to raise dogs. Will I be bitten by a dog if I go there?" "There's a chance. The fish has taken the bait," Li quickly said. "Beautiful, very beautiful. If you go there, you won't want to leave. That place is the most beautiful mountain village in our county. There's food and shelter. The villagers are very kind. There are definitely dogs. As long as you don't run around, they won't bite." With dogs and villagers covering for the big committee member, it would be more difficult to escape once they were discovered. They would be surrounded by the whole village. The few police officers who were sacrificed were like this. I see. I'm most afraid of dogs. Yiqian hesitated and sighed. I don't have anywhere to go. I don't want to go where there are dogs. Sister, is there a hotel in your county? If Li Yi kept an eye on her, she would definitely think of a way to restrain the dogs in the village. Then she could quickly contact the high school student Fu Hui. When their ugly faces were exposed, he would first confuse the dogs guarding the house so that Captain Xia and the others could sneak into the village. Every word he said had a deeper meaning. Yiqian entered the village and began to deploy his troops. To Li Yi, whatever Yiqian said was not a problem at all. She said straightforwardly, "What's so difficult about that? When the time comes, we just have to lock the dog up." After saying that, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Hey little sister, you want to go to my husband's village to take a look?" She thought that she was the one who had fished, but she did not know that she was the one who had been caught. She had been firmly hooked by Yiqian's bait. Why were they in such a hurry to rush from Huzhou to Yuyang? It was because the police had grasped Li Yi's movements and knew what kind of plan would make her fall for it. Yiqian was a female soldier sent by the military to assist the Yuyang police. She was asked to be the vanguard to lure Li Yi into the enemy's territory. This was the mission given to her by the military. The fish had been hooked. Yiqian, who was extremely patient, did not immediately pull in the net. The target was too cunning and had to be dealt with carefully. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Yiqian nodded and agreed with a smile. He said, "Sister, you're so nice. Then I'll bother you for a few days. I won't be staying for too long. When you leave, I'll go with you." The smile on Li Yi's face was unusually deep. She did not expect to gain so much. A few hours of driving was worth it. Chapter 1487. Looking at the girl's fair skin and beautiful appearance, especially her pair of black eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. When she looked at people, there was a hint of seduction. Suddenly, Li Yi felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was young and beautiful while she was old and weak. She lived her life carefully, afraid that she would be abandoned by her lover. In the end, she did not have a place to live. Thinking about the goods in her hands, it was really infuriating. Comparing goods, one had to throw them away. Looking at the goods in her hands, she even boasted that her goods were the best in the whole of Guilin. TSK. Now she had learned something new. Compared to the girl in front of her, the goods in her house were as different as clouds and mud. They had to be thrown away one by one. It seemed like she had to raise the standards of her goods. Otherwise, when the customers got tired of her, she would have to close the door. People live for freedom and happiness. I think you are an open-minded and cheerful person. If you feel uncomfortable, just walk around. When you come to our village, I will play with you. When the time comes, I will find a few villagers to take you to hunt pheasants and wild rabbits. As Li Yi spoke, she wanted to hold Yiqian's hand to show her affection, but she grabbed nothing. Yiqian, who pretended to be very interested, clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Really? Hunting with a shotgun like the ones on TV?" After years of training, there were thin calluses between his palms and fingers. The calluses between his left and right thumbs and index fingers were from holding a gun. Li Yi, a criminal with a handgun for self-defense, could not rule out the possibility that she knew something. Li Yi did not mind that she did not hold his hand. She answered with a smile, "Yes, hunting with a shotgun. But the shotguns in our village are different. When the time comes, I will let you see." There were guns, but the number was unknown. Yiqian's pupils constricted slightly. He picked up the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. The overseas organization provided guns, bullets, and drugs. She needed to find out if these dangerous items, which were banned by private individuals, were in the village. As such, she had a few things to do before she could contact Captain Xia. First, meet with Fu Hui. Second, find the remains of the sacrificed police officers. Third, find out the location of the prohibited weapons and the approximate number. Fourth, draw the terrain of the entire village. Find out if the entire village was a member of the evil cult, and if there was support from the neighboring villages. However, he could ask Fu Hui about it first. 5. The dogs in the village need to be dealt with collectively. Yen's mind spun, as she sorted out the things that needed to be done one by one. Her expression did not change as she looked at Li Yi, who had exaggerated in order to trick her. Yi Qian's gaze turned slightly cold. According to the information, Li Yi's crimes were monstrous. She would send people to beat, scold, defile, and torture the disobedient young girls she had abducted. There was no other path for such a person other than death. How could Li Yi, who continued to talk to Yi Qian, know that she was in danger? In order to coax Yi Qian to follow her obediently, she had to talk so much that her saliva ran dry several times. At noon, they boarded the bus until 6 o'clock in the evening. The worn-out bus finally arrived at the small county town. Li Yi stared at Yi Qian as soon as she got off the bus. She purposely tried to scare him. The small county town is a little messy. Don't run around. If you get harassed by the local ruffians, even Sister Li can't save you. Yi Qian said disapprovingly. I can ask the police for help. I'm not afraid. Look, what a naive girl. She still wants to ask the police. In such a small place, the police and the people are family. Li Yi did not say anything. She only gave Yi Qian a meaningful look. She pointed at a food stall with its lights on across the road. That's owned by Sister Li's sister-in-law. Let's sleep at her place tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Sister Li's husband's place. Chapter 1488. Guilin was located in the southwestern hinterland of our country, bordering 5 provinces. It was the transportation hub of the entire southwest. From Huzhou to Guilin was equivalent to crossing half of the country, from the north to the southwest. The small county that Yi Qian lived in was located in a relatively remote location in Guilin province. It was surrounded by mountains and had beautiful scenery. At night, the entire county was pitch black. There weren't even any street lights. Sitting in a room filled with the smell of all kinds of food, Yi Qian lowered his head and sipped the water that had just been poured out from a thermos. A woman in her 30s with slightly dark skin was talking non-stop. Li Yi introduced this person to him as her sister-in-law. Her name was Wang Gui. Her name was correct, but her identity had to be changed. Wang Gui, one of the committee members' mistresses, was responsible for the communication between the small county and the mountain village. She promptly reported the information that Li Yi had gathered from the city to the committee member. She had 2 thin, willowy eyebrows, and her eyes would flicker from time to time when she spoke. At a glance, one could tell that she was a restless woman. As for her personality, she was quite enthusiastic like Li Yi. When she saw Yi Qian enter, she was stunned for a second. Then she warmly welcomed Yi Qian as if he was an important guest. In a short while, she praised him as if he was a fairy. Anyone who heard it would feel a little elated. From the moment he entered until now, Yi Qian had drunk 2 glasses of water in a row and had not stopped. When faced with such a calm person like Yi Qian, no matter how much she praised, her heart was not affected at all. However, she still had to pretend to be shy. She held her breath and made her face look a little red. The more she acted like this, the less vigilant Li Yi became. She secretly gave Wang Gui a provocative look and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wang Gui relied on the fact that she had been with the committee member for a year. Every day, she tried her best to get the shop in Yuyang into her hands. When she failed, she abused Li Yi's authority. Bah! Wang Gui, you want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. Wang Gui, who was angered by Li Yi's gaze, felt a dull pain in her chest. Unconsciously, even the smile on her face became a little stiff. The powder on her face was a little thick, and under the dim yellow light, one could see the creases at the corners of her eyes and lips. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he patted his forehead exaggeratedly. Ayo, look at my memory. After chatting for so long, I still didn't forget to ask if you guys had dinner. You definitely haven't eaten, right? It takes 5 to 6 hours to travel from the city to our county. Wang Gui was quite smart. She didn't immediately vent the anger in her heart. She simply changed the topic. Didn't Li Yi say that she intended to starve the goods she brought over? It was not what she wanted, but he couldn't really go against her, but he had no choice. Li Yi was the woman most trusted by the committee member, and he still had to rely on her to make money in Yuyang. Even if he had an unclear relationship with the committee member, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Li Yiqian, who was drinking water in a refined manner, glanced at the two of them without leaving a trace. His eyes moved slightly, and a trace of understanding flashed through the depths of his pupils. Wang Gui and Li Yi were not on good terms. "I'm not hungry. Little sister, are you hungry?" Li Yi, who was secretly gritting her teeth, turned her head and said to Yi Qian with a smile, "I didn't have much of an appetite after sitting in the car for a few hours. I didn't even care if you were hungry, little sister." Wang Gui was a good person now. Bah, who did she think she was? Yi Qian, who was drinking water, didn't need to say anything. She only needed to smile at whoever said something. It was easy to provoke the two of them to dislike each other. Chapter 1489. Yi Qian smiled at Li Yi. Wang Gui stood up with pain in her chest and said lightly, "I'll cook some noodles for you. My husband wants to go out to play cards tonight and asked me to cook dinner early. I'll have to trouble my sister to eat noodles." Li Yi also stood up and apologized with a fake smile. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll sleep upstairs with my sister tonight." Then she looked at the open door and walked towards it while saying, "Who would come to buy things at this late hour? Leaving the door open in the middle of the night, my sister from the city might be a little scared. I'll go lock the door." Her intention was to prevent Yi Qian from leaving. At this time, Wang Gui had to put down her complaints about Li Yi. "Okay, lock the door again. The streets haven't been peaceful recently. The ruffians in the county are getting more and more lawless. They even dare to come to other people's shops to ask for money. Brother-in-law likes to go out to play cards at night. Then you should be careful at home alone. Don't get bullied." Li Yi's words were sarcastic. What a promiscuous woman. No wonder the ruffians in the county like to come to your house. After locking the door, Li Yi said, "She'll go to the kitchen to take a look." Then she felt relieved and left Yi Qian alone. She followed him into the kitchen. Yi Qian looked at her back as she left. The faint smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly became cold and bone-chilling. Then she quietly got up. It was not difficult for her to deal with Li Yi and Wang Gui. "Oh, our house is small. Don't dirty your clothes," Wang Gui said sarcastically as she rinsed the pot until it made a hua-hua sound. She used so much strength that it seemed like she was going to scrape off a layer of Li Yi's skin. The committee member called and said that she'll send someone to pick you up early in the morning. She asked if you brought everything. She did not know what the committee member was like. A woman who was almost 40 years old was really concerned about it. Li Yi did not enter the kitchen. She leaned against the door and lazily flicked her fingertips. "I brought everything." Did she say anything else? "I didn't say anything else. It's just your stupid idea last time to get rid of the policeman who entered the village. Now it's great. The committee member is so busy now." Wang Gui pushed the blame even harder, as if he couldn't wait to see the bottom of the pot. He probably thought that he was making fun of someone he didn't like. Hearing her mention the previous incident again, Li Yi's face darkened. "Hasn't the matter been resolved? Why? Is there a problem?" Outside, Yi Qian clenched his fists. There was a cold glint in his dark eyes like a sharp blade. The sacrificed policeman was actually killed by Li Yi. With his back pressed against the cold wall, Yi Qian exhaled softly and continued to listen carefully to the voices coming from inside. Suddenly, Yi Qian moved his feet and returned to his original position as quickly and nimbly as possible. Li Yi, who had quietly walked out, sneaked a peek outside. When she saw that Yi Qian was sitting properly, she felt relieved and returned to the kitchen. "What's there to see? She's already in your hands. Do you think she can escape?" Wang Gui directly grabbed a handful of chopped green onions and sprinkled them into the bowl. She turned to look at the cautious Li Yi, lowered her voice and mocked, "I don't know if there's a problem, but I know that the small county hasn't been very quiet recently. My mahjong friends at the bus station said that recently, there have been some people who don't look like ordinary people coming over from time to time." Hearing that, Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Ever since she had gotten rid of the policeman in the village, she had not been able to calm down for a single day. It turned out that she would only be able to come over 2 days later. When she received the call that day, she immediately left. She did not bring anything else but her passbook. Chapter 1490. You're thinking too much. What's the problem? Suppressing the panic that suddenly rose in her heart, Li Yi answered angrily, but she paid attention in her heart. Whenever there was an unusual person or a good car in the county, Wang Gui's mahjong friends would come over to inform her in advance. If they said that there was a problem, then there was probably a problem. Yi Qian, who held his breath a little, narrowed his eyes slightly. If that was the case, then Captain Xia and the others needed to cover for them. The criminal, whose real name was Qian Jiafu, had a great influence in the small county. The cult's power was like a net that enveloped the sparsely populated county. No wonder the police were so cautious, and no wonder the Director General requested military support. Without military support, it would be difficult to control the influence. If you say there's no problem, then I'll take it that there's no problem. What are you going to do with the goods outside? Do you really want to bring them back to the committee member? Wang Gui put the pot on the gas stove, turned around and saw Li Yi leaning against the door again. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she snorted contemptuously. She was almost 40 years old. Why was she still pretending to be young? The goods outside were the ones who were called young. Why was Li Yi pretending to be young? She received a text message this afternoon saying that she had brought a good over. In the text message, she praised the good. TSK, TSK, TSK. She felt sick of it when she saw it. Who knew that Li Yi was not exaggerating this time? She was really as beautiful as a fairy. I say, why did you suddenly become so generous? You actually want to bring a young and beautiful girl back. Aren't you afraid that the committee member will kick us away when he goes abroad? Wang Gui's words had always been unpleasant to the ears, and Li Yi was too lazy to argue with her. Her face changed when she heard the last sentence. Wang Gui even knew about going abroad. Not many people knew about this, and Wang Gui was definitely someone who did not know. Li Yi, who was shocked, couldn't help but straighten her body. If even Wang Gui knew, then did anyone else know? The water in the pot boiled until it was hot. Wang Gui, who was stirring the noodles with a spoon, did not notice that Li Yi's face was a little gloomy. She glanced sideways at the door and waved for Li Yi to come to her side. Last week, when I sent oil, salt, rice and vinegar over, I accidentally heard the committee member contacting the outside, saying something about arranging the time to go abroad as soon as possible. Do you think the committee will want to go abroad? Ever since those policemen were dealt with, the news outside was unusually tight. It was said that even the capital was alarmed, but he didn't know if it was true. It turned out that she had overheard it. Li Yi's heart was slightly relieved. He had to ask her if she had told anyone else, such as Wang Gui's husband, who was a cuckold. None of the people he sent out returned, and there was no news at all. It was obvious that they were either not caught or had been cleaned up by the police. Tongzhou International Hotel should have been on fire the night before, but it wasn't. Mr. Charlie called and told her that the Beijing commissioner who investigated them did not stay in the International Hotel at all, but the Tongzhou police had sent people to surround the hotel. If he hadn't used the identity of a foreigner to enter the hotel and take the 6 members who were responsible for the arson away, 1 or 2 of them might have been caught by the police. They were being watched so closely that they had begun to set up traps to capture them. It was likely that even Yuyang City had people mixed in with them. Perhaps even the small county town had sent people to secretly investigate. Chapter 1491. Once the police knew that the committee member was trying to go abroad, she would not be able to leave. It had not been so serious in the past. Ever since she killed those policemen, life in the association had not been easy. She had received several calls from informants, saying that the higher-ups were secretly investigating the brothels in Yuyang City. She must not cause any more trouble. Wang Gui could not be left alive. Li Yi's face turned cold when she had the intention to kill. However, Wang Gui did not notice anything with her back facing her. She was also scheming in her heart. Li Yi was the committee member's most trusted woman. Any news from her mouth could not be fake. She rolled her eyes a few times. In the end, because she was uneasy, she could only smile and ask carefully, "Don't you have any news in the city?" I heard the committee member's tone. It's really not very good. You're probably going abroad. Li Yi could become the committee member's most trusted woman. How could she be a simple person? Hearing that, she rolled her eyes and deliberately mocked. Wang Gui, what bad ideas are you scheming again? I didn't even know that the committee member was going abroad. How could you eavesdrop? She said in a tone of disbelief. Did Li Yi not know? The committee member did not want to take her out? Wang Gui's abacus was rattling in her heart. She had never thought of going abroad. She only wanted to use the committee member's hands to make a fortune, and then live a good life. However, she did not know that because of her words, she had attracted a fatal disaster. She had heard the committee member say that he was going abroad and even mentioned a Mr. Charlie. She knew that it was a foreigner's name. However, Li Yi said that she did not know if the committee member was going abroad. Lying to her? Or did Li Yi really not know? Wang Gui, who was skeptical, used her chopsticks to scoop the cooked noodles into her bowl. When Li Yi saw this, she directly snatched the chopsticks from her hand. Don't scoop too much noodles. Do you really want to feed her? Wang Gui, even if you have a problem with me, you have to know your limits. What can I have against you? You do it yourself. Wang Gui turned her waist and simply ignored her. When she saw that there were less than 5 mouthfuls of noodles left in the bowl, Wang Gui pouted and muttered to herself. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Li Yi, who had always been cautious, did not want to talk to her anymore. How could she let a girl who had not been completely seduced be completely full? Even if she brought her to the shop and locked her up, she would not let them be full. The reason was very simple. Humans, once they were full they would toss and turn. However, she was someone who disliked tossing and turning. You really don't know that the committee member is going abroad? Li Yi, let's have a heart-to-heart talk. The big committee member is going to go abroad. If he stays, we will have to suffer. When Li Yi was about to leave with the bowl, Wang Gui, who did not give up, suddenly asked again. I don't know. Li Yi, who was holding a bowl of hot noodles, replied coldly with a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes. I'm afraid that Wang Gui can't be left alive. He has brought up the matter of the big committee member. If I really want to deal with him, I have to talk to the big committee member. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned around to meet Wang Gui, who was winking at him. She has a phone with her. I'll find a way to get it later. I know. You don't want to leave her with me. If you want to take her to the mountains, then take her to the mountains. I'll be happy to relax. Wang Gui did not feel embarrassed at being caught red-handed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and pouted with an unwilling expression. Yi Qian, who had heard the whole story, had already sat down and was quietly waiting for Li Yi and the others to take away her phone. However, she did not intend to keep this phone. Chapter 1492. Li Yi came out and saw Yi Qian sitting obediently. She quickly put on a smile and said, Come. Sister, have a bowl of hot noodles. You can rest early after eating. Of course, she had to eat until she was full. Only when she was full would she have the strength to work. Yi Qian needed to conserve her strength and energy. There was also a small accident when they were eating noodles. The mobile phone on the table was knocked to the ground by Li Yi. When she picked it up and returned it to Yi Jian, it fell into the noodle soup. Yi Jian calmly watched her and Wang Gui's performance and finally took away the burnt mobile phone. At 8:30 p.m., Li Yi took Yi Qian to the second floor to rest. She said that she and Wang Gui had not seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to know if Wang Gui had told anyone about the committee member going abroad. Wang Gui was probably doomed. She could see the murderous intent on Li Yi's face. Lying in bed, Yi Qian listened to the sound of the truck's engine and siren as it drove by. Her heart was calm. If Wang Gui was really doomed, she wouldn't stand up to help her. She had done a lot of things to help the wicked. She deserved to die. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, had experienced many things in her previous life. While she was arming herself, she was also indifferent to some things. She had a strong sense of responsibility, but if she was asked to help someone who deserved to die, she couldn't do it even if she wore a military uniform. Unless it was an order from the higher-ups, she would definitely not step in. Yi Qian, who was clear about right and wrong, would never abuse her kindness. She could distinguish between good and evil, and could also distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Wang Gui, who belonged to the evil category, would not be listed as her protector. Downstairs, Li Yi said with a cold expression, You know a lot of people and now is a special time. You should watch your mouth and don't bring trouble to the committee member. It's impossible for her to go abroad. If the committee member is gone, who will lead our God leader church? How can we manage so many believers in the church? Wang Gui, if you dare to say things you shouldn't say outside, the committee member will be the first to not let you off. Li Yi, you better watch your mouth. You want to splash dirty water on me? No way. I'm also a core member of the church. How could I not know what you're talking about? Wang Gui jumped up and slapped the table. She had wanted to quarrel with the other party for a long time. Now that the other party had come knocking on her door, there was no need for her to be polite. You old bitch. You want to monopolize all the benefits that the committee member brings to you? Don't even think about it. Did you disturb the goods upstairs? Do you know why I personally took action? There were more and more believers in the society, and the committee members had to help them. If I don't work hard to earn money, how can the committee member help them? How can we make those believers believe in us and do things for us? Li Yi saw that her expression didn't seem to be lying, and her heart was relieved. If Wang Guizhen was someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation, the committee member wouldn't have nurtured her as a backbone. There was another advantage to being a backbone. If something happened, they could be pushed out to take the blame. After learning that Wang Gui did not tell anyone, she immediately called the committee member to see how to deal with it. Committee member Chen Jiafu never took the initiative to contact the backbone below. Even if Li Yi looked for him, she had to go through the backbone left in the village. One more person knows one more danger. Charlie is still applying for passports for us. We have to wait to deal with her. Chen Jiafu's voice was a little rough on the phone. Chapter 1493. This was a middle-aged man who had only studied in primary school. He had been sent abroad to work, and when he came back, he had established a God's church, and had been active for 4 years. Li Yi was relieved. You're right. Wang Gui knows too much about us. If we don't solve it, you won't feel at ease even if you go abroad. In Beijing. She wanted to say more, but Chen Jiafu, who was more vigilant than anyone else, immediately stopped her. Okay, if you have anything to say, come to the village. As for the goods in your hands, if they are really good, bring them to the village first. There were too many things that needed money outside. Recently, the situation was so tense that he couldn't go out to earn money. Now, he could only wait and see when Charlie could settle the matter and let him get away safely. Getting rid of a few policemen actually exposed him. He really didn't expect that. Charlie analyzed that there was a mole in the village who reported him to the outside. If there was a mole in the village, even if he decided to go abroad, he had to find out. He had already shouldered so many lives, and he didn't care about one more. He asked about the girl's background, whether there was anyone else with her when she came out, her family situation, personality, etc. Li Yi answered truthfully without hiding anything. Chen Jiafu had always trusted her. After asking a few more questions, he hung up the phone. When both sides got the news, Li Yi, who had an idea in her heart, was relieved. Since the committee members said that they wanted to get rid of Wang Gui, then she had nothing to worry about. When Li Yi came back, it was already past 11 at night. Yi Qian, who was alert, heard her unlocking the door and tiptoed into the room. The wind blew, but Yi Qian didn't smell the blood on her. It seemed that Wang Gui was still alive for the time being. After entering the room, Li Yi didn't turn on the lights. She only flashed the flashlight in her hand. She saw that the girl she had kidnapped was lying on the bed without a trace of suspicion. She gently picked up the small bag that Yi Qian had been carrying and walked out of the room. 5 minutes later, Li Yi returned to the room with the bag that had been checked clean. She took off her clothes and lay down. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Li Yi, who had a lot on her mind, was still awake. Yi Qian, who woke up from his sleep, gently closed his eyes and continued to sleep in the same position. After a while, he fell asleep completely. After the sky was high, a tough battle began. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian and Li Yi, who had not slept the previous night, boarded a small 4-wheeled farm truck. She sat in the middle with the driver on her left and Li Yi on her right. It's a bit far to the mountains. Sister, if you didn't sleep well, you can rest on Sister Li's shoulder and have a good sleep. Li yawned and chatted with Yi Qian. As they chatted, she fell asleep first. Before setting off from Yuyang, the Yuyang police told him that it would take 4 hours to get from the small county to the mountain. After that, he would have to take a motorcycle. That was not all. He would have to walk more than 30 kilometers on the mountain road to reach the mountain. Transportation was inconvenient and surrounded by mountains. It was difficult to enter and even more difficult to exit. It was said that it was not too far away, and the transportation was quite convenient. Some mountain villages required one to walk for a day. After getting off the four-wheeled farm vehicle, they sat on a shabby motorcycle. After riding for about 3 hours, they arrived at a poor and backward mountain village. 2 men who claimed to be relatives led the way and began to climb over the mountains. It took Yiqian an entire day to arrive at the place where the committee member Chan Jiafu was hiding. They set off at 5 o'clock in the morning and didn't enter the village until 7 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 1494. Li did not bring Yiqian to see Chan Jiafu. She came here for an urgent matter. Yiqian was only here to lure him back. When they entered the village, she arranged for Yiqian to go to another villager's house. This was a small village with no more than 30 families inside and outside the mountains. It used to represent poverty, backwardness, and the elderly had no one to rely on. But now it had become a mountain village where every family had money to spare. Especially Chan Jiafu's sisters and relatives. They had all built 2-story buildings and lived the good life in their hearts. Chan Jiafu had a certain level of intelligence to be able to survive in such a small village as an illegal organization that made use of rumors, spread fallacious theories, deceived, and bewitched members to control and recruit members in order to save mankind, spread religious doctrines, and collect money by any means necessary, thus endangering the stability of society. He knew very well how to unite the villagers, and he also knew how to seek protection. Even if the villagers in the village had become his shelter, they had also become his eyes and ears. Chan Jiafu would immediately know if there was even the slightest bit of movement. The few policemen who had been sacrificed were tipped off by the villagers. Li Yi had come up with a plan, and in less than half a day, they had been cruelly killed by them. Yiqian, who was walking on a muddy path in the dark mountain village, followed closely behind a villager. Behind her were 2 middle-aged women from the village. They were supposed to be escorts. Li Yi did not follow. She had already gone to look for Chan Jiafu. After climbing up a small slope, Yiqian couldn't help but raise his head and look about 300 meters away from him. That was the direction Li Yi left in. A villager was holding a torchlight at the back, while she walked in front towards a 100-year-old maple tree that was lush with leaves that couldn't be concealed by the night. Chan Jiafu lived next to the 100-year-old maple tree. Yiqian did not stop. He glanced at the villagers from the corner of his eyes and followed them. Sisterly, where is she going? After taking a few steps, Yiqian deliberately stopped and asked. The 2 villagers at the back looked at each other. One of them, a middle-aged woman, replied. She went to her husband's house. It's getting late. We'll send you there and still have to go home. Let's go. She did not want to say a single word to Yiqian. She was on high alert. Yiqian did not ask any more questions. If he did, it would arouse their disgust and alertness. Moreover, she only needed to know that the direction Li Yi was heading in was indeed where Chan Jiafu was. However, he still had to ask a few more people to confirm. But what she didn't expect was that Li Yi actually arranged for her to go to Fu Hui's house. Fu Hui was the only girl in the village who had attended high school. She was also the only girl in the village who had read a lot of books. If it wasn't for her report, the Guilin police wouldn't have been able to find out the origin of the master church, and where the main crimes were committed. As for Fu Hui's parents, they looked honest. It was hard to imagine that their hands were stained with evil. The man and 2 women who were in charge of watching over Yiqian pulled Fu Hui's parents to a dark corner and whispered, Sister Li will be bringing him back to Yuyang in a few days. Keep a close eye on him, and tell your daughter to be more alert. Leave it to my family. Sister Li's business is our family's business. Fu Hui was extremely anxious. She pulled Yiqian into her room. Where did you come from? Why did he come here with Sister Li? Do you know where this is? What's your family's phone number? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 1495. To see if a person was sincere to another person, the answer could be seen in his eyes. Without a doubt, Fu Hui's concern for Yiqian was sincere. She was very concerned about Yiqian, and was also very worried about her situation. The adults in front of them were still talking, and their eyes would occasionally look towards the house. After talking for a while, the 3 villagers who had escorted Yi Qian here left in the night. Tell Fu Hui to keep a close eye on them. Big Sister Li has agreed. How can we get this done? Our son will have the capital to marry a wife. Fu Hui's father couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. He quietly said to his wife, "When the time comes, we'll take out the family's savings and buy a house for our son in the city." Nowadays, the villagers in the mountains all went to the city. Every one of them wanted to buy a house in the city. Of course, they wanted to buy it for their son, for the rest of their lives to depend on. As for their daughter, they never considered her. Fu Hui's parents were the same. Fu Hui was originally studying in the town's high school. Perhaps because of one sentence from Li Yi, the couple immediately asked Fu Hui to drop out of school and stay at home obediently. Li Yi was afraid that Fu Hui, who was good at studying, would become wild after getting into university. She might even help outsiders to deal with the village, and she might even report the committee members. To prevent trouble before it happened, she used the reason of leaving her daughter at home to earn money for her son to marry a wife as an excuse to persuade Fu Hui's parents to let Fu Hui, who had good grades, drop out of school and return to the village. In the depths of Gilan Mountain, it was normal for girls to drop out of school. For a girl like Fu Hui who was good at studying to drop out of school, it was also normal. Therefore, Fu Hui's suspension of school didn't attract the attention of the teachers, nor did it attract the attention of the school. It was also because of this incident that Fu Hui, who had never been in the know, found out that her parents had committed a crime. After a week of internal struggle, Fu Hui used the excuse of going to school to get her textbooks as an excuse to report the incident in the village. However, the timing of her report was too coincidental. It just so happened that the Gilan police were investigating this incident. She was afraid that the police would be alerted to this incident, so she rashly acted before they had any evidence of the God's church, and sacrificed her own brother. As the only student in the village who dared to stand up and fight against evil, Yi Qian greatly admired Fu Hui's courage. Although the girl in front of him wasn't beautiful, she had a kind heart, and a pair of eyes filled with sincerity. Looking at her, who was so concerned about her and worried about her, Yi Qian felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She said softly, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." The sound of footsteps came from outside. It was Fu Hui's parents. Yi Qian, who didn't reveal her identity to Fu Hui, stood aside obediently. She was reserved in an unfamiliar environment and shy in front of strangers. Fu Hui's parents were already middle-aged. Their faces were covered with frost from hard work. The joints of their hands were large, which was also the result of years of hard work. Looking at them, Yi Jian's gaze was a little cold. Their ignorance had not only ruined this family, but also cost their daughter, Fu Hui's life. And their reason was so laughable. It was so that their son could marry a wife and buy a house in the city. Chapter 1496. Sacrificing their daughter for their son? Did they ever regret it? Clearly, Fu Hui's parents never regretted it. They only had their son in their eyes. Keep an eye on her. If she runs away, I'll break your legs. Fu Hui's father warned in a low voice. His eyes, which should have been simple and honest, had a cruel indifference. He cared about his own life and used other people's pain to fulfill his own wish. Fu Hui's mother looked at Yi Qian as if she was measuring the value of an object. She looked up and down, then up and down, back and forth. Suddenly her eyes turned, and there was a flicker in her eyes. This girl was really not an ordinary good girl. Her eyes were big, her skin was white, and her mouth was small. She also had an aura about her. The girls in the village were not spirited, and her body was clean. One look and one could tell that she was a virgin. She pulled her husband, who was warning her daughter, and used her eyes to tell him to talk outside. Then she said to Fu Hui, "Keep an eye on her. If anything happens, your father will be angry." Women in the mountains did not have any thoughts of sovereignty. Their men had the final say in the family. Fu Hui did not know if the girl in her home could understand their native language. Seeing her parents helping a villain, she did not feel good. She tried to persuade her parents to turn back, but in return she was beaten up. They even warned her that if she did not listen, they would sell her to Li Yi and use the money to buy a wife for her stupid brother. Seeing that her parents were so stubborn that they even said that they would sell her, Fu Hui, who had always been filial to her parents, was very sad. She also knew that the so-called God's church in the village was the evil cult that was reported in the news. Her parents had been brainwashed and could never go back to the past. Tonight when you sleep, don't take off your clothes. I'll take you out of our village. Don't ask why, just follow me. Fu Hui could not bear to see the girl in front of her fall into Li Yi's hands, but she could not say too much. She was afraid that the other party would be afraid, so she could only say a few words vaguely. Yi Qian already believed that the girl in front of him sincerely wanted to help him. His eyes were as bright as the stars and as bright as jade waves as he smiled at the girl and said softly, "Hello Fu Hui, I am Yi Qian, the leader sent by the noble Lin police. I am also here to protect your personal safety. Trust me, Fu Hui. I will not let anything happen to me. At the same time, I will bring you out of the mountain village safely." Yi Qian spoke a little fast. He told Fu Hui what he needed to do urgently. "I need your help now. Find the dead officers." Before he could finish his words, he saw Fu Hui's face turn pale, and fear appeared in her eyes. She quickly looked outside and said with trembling lips, "Why are you the only one who came in? No, it's too dangerous here. You can't stay." Fu Hui couldn't accept or believe that a girl who looked about the same age as her would protect her. The land that gave birth to her and raised her had changed. The once kind and simple neighbors had changed. They were selfish, cold, heartless, and violent. These were the neighbors now. Yi Jian raised her hand and gently patted the girl who had been tormented day and night. "Trust me, Fu Hui. The fact that the police sent me here means that I have enough ability to deal with the difficulties you're facing now, which is also the difficulties we're facing now." Chapter 1497. Her voice was very soft, and there was no trace of panic when she spoke. There was only a visible calmness. Her gaze was calm and gentle, and the cold expression between her brows wiped away the panic in her heart. As calm as Mount Tai, as steady as a rock, Fu Hui gradually calmed down. Outside, Fu Hui's parents, who were discussing something, suddenly closed the front door and locked it with a lock. They left with a flashlight to illuminate the dark road. Seeing her parents leave, Fu Hui actually breathed a sigh of relief. They were supposed to be her dearest family, but things had turned out this way. Yi Qian sighed. "My parents have made a big mistake. If they continue, what awaits them is the death penalty. I have no way to persuade them to turn back, so I can only place my hopes on the police. I hope it's not too late." Without her family watching over her, Fu Hui smiled bitterly. Her eyes were red, and under the light, there were tears glistening in her eyes. She did not continue talking about herself. Raising her hand to touch the corner of her eyes, the strong girl very calmly picked out the important things to tell Yi Qian. The policemen who were killed were not buried in a place. Chen Jiafu said they were sinners, and did not deserve to be reborn. If they are not dealt with properly, they will become evil spirits and harm the villagers. So, what happened next was too gory. Fu Hui could not bear to say it even after thinking about it. Yi Qian gently closed his eyes to hide the anger in his eyes. Being cruelly dismembered, even if he had been on the battlefield, he could not say it out loud. Chen Jiafu is very cruel, but the villagers in our village have been brainwashed by him. They follow his orders and treat his words like an imperial edict. Actually, it should be said that it was the will of God, but Fu Hui could not say it out loud. She, who had been standing, spoke of Chen Jiafu with undisguised hatred in her eyes. If it were not for him, her parents might be a little petty, but they would definitely not walk down the path of crime. However, if her parents could really stick to their principles, Chen Jiafu could not do anything about it. In the end, it was all because of one thing: money. I'm not sure how many people were involved in the killing of the policeman, but I know that my parents were probably involved. As she spoke, Fu Hui wiped her eyes again, and her voice became even more hoarse. "I'll get you something. Wait for me for a while." Fu Hui did not let Yi Qian stay for long. In less than 3 minutes, she returned to the room with a photo in her hand. When she handed it over, she said with a sad expression, "I found this in the pig manure pool in my backyard." That was why Fu said that her own parents were involved. In the photo, the young man was in high spirits. He was wearing a brand new police uniform and white gloves as he saluted the camera. This is one of the deceased police officers. He's only 24 years old. Fu Hui, I need your help. No matter what, I have to find them so that their families can see their intact bodies. Yi Qian's eyes flashed coldly as he carefully put the photos away. He looked up and stared at Fu Hui quietly. Tonight, I need to find them. The 18-year-old Fu Hui nodded. Okay. I'll accompany you. No, Fu Hui. You need to stay. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head. You need to stay and cover for me. You can't let your parents find out that I left, and you can't let the villagers know my identity. I'll have to trouble you for the next 3 days. Chapter 1498. Fu Hui still wanted to say something, but Yi Qian said, For your safety and mine, Fu Hui, you have to stay here. You need to help me with something. Just in case, I need to know how many dogs there are in the village, which families have them and which don't. Every family has one. Fu Hui understood why Yi Qian asked that. The police officers were found by the dogs in the village. I have one at home too, but it's locked up in the backyard. Hearing this, Yi Jian frowned slightly. If every family had a dog, it wouldn't be good. She didn't have enough medicine with her. Yi Qian unzipped his jacket and unzipped the side zipper. He took out the medicine hidden in his jacket. This is concentrated medicine. It can make a dog go crazy instantly. Fu Hui, your dog. Let me do it. Fu Hui took the medicine and looked at Yi Qian with determination. You arrange it. I'll listen to you. She could only trust the young policewoman in front of her. She had no other choice if she wanted to stop her parents from making more mistakes. In the one-story red brick bungalow, the two girls started their bold plan. Fu Hui's parents walked out of Chun Jiafu's house with happy faces. Call our son and tell him to come home quickly. Oh, now we don't even have to pay for a wife. Should we go to the city and buy them a house? Fu Hui's mother said jubilantly. She had not worked for a few years and her body was a little fat. She looked like a kind person, but the words she said were unpleasant. We have to get things done as soon as possible. This woman will only settle down after she gets married and has a child. We have to prepare as soon as possible. Fu Hui's father nodded. That's right. Call our son tomorrow morning and tell him to come home quickly. Oh, and tell him on the phone that we found him a beautiful wife. She's not any worse than the ones out there. The daughter-in-law they were talking about was Yi Jian. Their son's marriage had been settled. The couple could even walk briskly now. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening and the mountain village was pitch black. The branches in the mountain were like ferocious monsters hibernating. Just looking at them would make people panic. The night insects chirped in the grass, bringing a trace of tranquility to the entire mountain village. Li Yi, who was sitting in the chair, had a gloomy face. She was unhappy with her lover's arrangement. How could he give such good goods to the Fu family? Charlie, I couldn't get in touch with him today. If you can't get in touch with him tomorrow, we will leave tomorrow night. Chun Jiafu, who was not handsome, but had a pair of cunning eyes. He smoked an expensive imported cigarette and said, We made a wrong move. If we make one more mistake, we will spend the rest of our lives in prison. When Li Yi heard this, she took out the documents from her bag and placed them on the table. In that case, the rumors outside are already very tense. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. But what about Wang Gui? Have you thought of how to deal with her? Chun Jiafu was really reluctant to deal with his mistress who had been with him for a year. However, it was not a matter of whether he was willing or not at this time. Wang Gui, who was horrified, looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in the house. Her chubby body kept shaking. Brothers, I really don't know. I really picked up this mobile phone. If I told a lie, I will be struck by lightning. Wang Gui swore. She did not care about the consequences. She just wanted to get rid of this group of fierce men as soon as possible. Chapter 1499. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a baseball cap, was lazily sitting on the wooden sofa. His slender fingers kept playing with the dagger. Sometimes he would throw the dagger up and catch it, and sometimes he would use 2 fingers to hold the sharp dagger. Wang Gui could only see that the dagger, which was supposed to hurt people, was like a piece of paper in the young man's hands. It couldn't hurt him at all. Don't make any vows. If I want to kill you now, I only need to lift my hand. Do you believe me or not? According to the location tracking on the phone, Xia Jinyuan and his comrades went directly to Wang Gui's house. Faced with the suspect's denial, Xia Jinyuan, who used to be in the special forces, had plenty of ways to deal with it. As he spoke, the dagger in his hand flew directly towards Wang Gui's head. Ah! There was a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered in the room. K7 was a bit annoyed by the noise. After catching the dagger with his bare hands, he used the sharp dagger to cut off 2 pieces of cloth from his long t-shirt. He rubbed his hands together and used the cloth to cover his ears. Xia Jinyuan and the others were already used to this. K7 had always been a person who didn't care about trifles. Wang Gui, who was so frightened that she lost control of her body, trembled even more violently. Her face was completely pale. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Too scary, too scary. Who the hell are these people? When did I offend these people? Actually, Wang Gui already had some guesses in her heart, but she didn't dare to face them. Okay, no rush. Take your time. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting elegantly, clapped his hands. There was even a trace of a smile on his elegant face as he slowly said, "If you can't explain clearly, then I'm sorry. Later, I'll aim and try to stab you in the head so that you won't have to suffer so much." It would have been better if he didn't say anything. Once he said it, Wang Gui trembled even more in fear. She didn't dare to make any vows anymore. She didn't dare to go back on her word. She just answered whatever the demons asked her. Every time she wanted to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial points, the young man, who was exceptionally good-looking even when sitting, would glare at her, causing her back to break out in cold sweat. It was as if he already knew that she was going to lie. At first, they were just asking about her personal situation. Later, when they mentioned Chen Jiafu, Wang Gui felt like her vision was going to turn black. It was here. The thing she was most afraid of had finally happened. These people were not evil. They were clearly the police. They were here to arrest him, Chen Jiafu and Li. For the past few days his eyelids had been twitching non-stop at night, but tonight they stopped twitching. It turned out that this matter had already come knocking on his door. Wang Gui, who was trembling, cleared his throat and said with a trembling voice, "I've only joined the church for a year. Because I'm from the county and I have many friends, Chen Jiafu gave me a sum of money and asked me to investigate some things in the county." Wang Gui was not as gullible as the villagers. He took Chen Jiafu's words as an imperial edict. Now that he could not even protect himself, how could he help Chen Jiafu get away with it? He told Chen Jiafu everything he knew. "That's all I know. Chen Jiafu won't tell me anything else. Even if you ask me again, I won't be able to say anything else." That was enough for Xia Jinyuan and the others. He turned off the recording pen and stood up from the sofa. Standing at 189 meters tall, his height made people feel oppressed. Wang Gui lowered her head and did not dare to move. Chapter 1500. Hand her over to the Guilin police. Xia Jinyuan's words immediately extinguished the last trace of hope in Wang Gui's heart. She thought that everything would be fine as long as she confessed. Ignoring her fear, she raised her head and cried, "I've already told you everything. What else do you want? You arrested me, but this is all I know. Didn't you say that if I confess, I'll be lenient? If I resist, you'll be strict? I've already confessed, so why are you still taking me away?" Although she was smart, she was also ignorant. She had violated our country's laws, but she thought that as long as she confessed and apologized, she would be safe. Inform the Guilin police to arrest all the criminals that Wang Gui confessed. Cut off all communications between the main culprits and the outside world. After Wang Gui was taken away, her grocery store temporarily became the base of the Snowfield Brigade. Xia Jinyuan turned on the satellite map and pointed at a spot. His handsome face was as cold as water. Chen Jiafu's hiding place is here. It's surrounded by mountains, so transportation is inconvenient. The Guilin police will control all the provincial roads and stations in the county. We'll drive to the mountain village tonight to meet up with Yi Qian. At the same time, we'll control all the villagers in the mountain village to prevent a riot. According to Wang Gui's confession, all the villagers in the mountain village where Chen Jiafu was hiding had been brainwashed. If they only arrested Chen Jiafu, all the villagers would revolt. This was the last thing the leaders wanted to see. We'll be the vanguard. Pigeon and the rest will be the support. Yi Qian will be the spy. At the same time, we'll protect the witness, Fu Hui. Brother, this battle is a little special. We have to be vigilant. Don't let the bullets go off accidentally. The people in this battle were all citizens of the country. They had to be careful to avoid leaving behind any evidence that would lead to criticism. Bai He nodded. We can fight, but we can't kill. We can't use guns. That's basically it. When carrying out a mission in the country, especially when it involved the citizens as soldiers, they had to bear more pressure than when they were fighting overseas. Even if they were facing criminals, they couldn't point their guns at them casually. This was a restraint for soldiers, and also a country's responsibility for the lives of its citizens. The lights in the grocery store went off. A few black figures walked out of the door and disappeared into the darkness. The sound of the motorcycles starting up rang out, but the people in the county who had fallen asleep did not notice anything. They continued to live their peaceful and simple lives. Someone had already stepped out to shield them from the wind and rain, blocking the potential dangers and eliminating the criminals who would endanger society at any time. That was why they were safe today. The wind started to blow, and the originally starry night sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Even the insects had stopped chirping, and everything in the world was completely shrouded in darkness. This was the darkness before dawn, full of the unknown and full of danger. Yi Qian was still awake. After sneaking out of Fu Hui's house, she went to the location given to her and began to carry out her mission. The water in the pond was a little cold. Yi Qian, who had only taken off her jacket, took a deep breath and dived into the pond. Without any protection, she used her hands to search. Fu Hui said that the woven bag was thrown in the center of the pond, so she just had to follow the center of the pond and slowly search for it. Fortunately, the pond was quite far away and there were no houses nearby. Even if the sound of the water was a little loud, it wouldn't attract any attention. Yi Qian's hand touched a woven bag filled with stones in the mud. His heart suddenly sank. She found the first woven bag. Chapter 1501. She slowly dragged the woven bag out of the water bit by bit until the water reached her shoulders. Yi Qian had a dagger for self-defense. She cut the tightly woven rope and took out one stone after another until there were no more stones in the bag. She picked up the woven bag with her hands and walked to the shore with a solemn and cold expression. Yi Qian carefully put down the woven bag. She stood up straight and saluted the woven bag. Please wait for 2 more days. I, Yi Qian, swear in the name of a soldier that I will take you away and send you to your family. Yi Qian stood at attention and saluted. Alone in the dark, she swore to the fallen policeman that she had found the torso of one of the policemen. It was not over yet. She still had to pass by one more place. Fu Hui had provided a total of 8 locations. That meant that the fallen policemen were buried in 8 different locations under Chen Jiafu's instructions. Yi Qian needed to find 4 locations tonight, and another 4 tomorrow night until she had found all of them. 2 of the burial locations were in the villagers' vegetable gardens. Yi Qian did not plan to find them tonight. Instead, she went to a location far away from the houses and used her fastest speed to find the policeman who had died fighting for justice. At 3 in the morning, the director received a call from the head of the Snowfield Brigade's operation team, Xia Jinyun. He said that Yi Qian, who had infiltrated the mountain village, had found 4 woven bags. However, they could not confirm which policeman the body belonged to. They still needed to do a DNA test. This was great news for the Guilin police. Some of them were so excited that their eyes turned red. Their brothers could go home. Their brothers could go home. It's a battle of life and death. Cooperate with the military and capture all the cultists in one fell swoop. At 4 in the morning, the Guilin police made their oath and walked to their respective posts in the dark. The entire Guilin police force was locked down because of the news from Yi Qian. All entrances and exits were strictly checked. Some people were taken away at night. Some were even taken away in their sleep. In Yuyang, the police raided Golden Bath. The so-called technicians, masseuses, waitresses, and even the waitresses who were busy in the kitchen were all taken away by the police. Golden Bath was in chaos. Some people wanted to secretly contact the police with their phones, but they found that their phones had no signal. The phone lines had been cut off and they could not contact the outside world. No signal, my phone has no signal. Mine too. Mine too. What do we do? What do we do? How do we inform Sister Li? Those who were not taken away immediately were still discussing in secret. They had no way of contacting the outside world. Li Yi, who was far away in the mountain village, did not receive any news. She was still sleeping soundly on the shoulder of her lover, Chun Jiafu. Bye. 5 minutes later, they came out of the woods and walked into the thick fog with hurried but steady footsteps. The mountain was foggy. Yi Qian, who had hidden the 4 woven bags, also came out of the woods. Hearing the dogs barking in the village, she quickly went to Fu Hui's house. It was almost dawn. She had to hurry back. Chapter 1502. Fu Hui was extremely anxious. She didn't sleep the whole night and stayed in the same position on the bed, afraid that she would miss the signal if she moved. Time ticked by, and it was already 5:30 p.m. Her parents, who usually woke up early, were probably already up and dressed. Why isn't she back yet? Why isn't she back yet? Did something happen to her? You must protect her. Fu Hui, who was nestled under the blanket, clasped her hands together and said softly. Her face was full of anxiety. Her parents had already woken up so that they could call their son early. Fu Hui's heart was in her throat when she heard footsteps through the door. She poked her head out of the blanket and was about to look outside when a dark shadow suddenly loomed over her. Do you have any clothes? I need a change of clothes. Yi Qian, who was dripping wet, stood by the bed and smiled at Fu Hui. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Yi Qian could see the worry in the young girl's eyes as she looked at him through the faint morning light shining in through the window. Just as he changed his clothes, there was a heavy knock on the door. It was Fu Hui's mother. Yi Qian opened the door and said unhappily, Auntie, what are you doing? I'm not awake yet. Fu Hui was scared out of her wits and was trembling under the blanket. She had no choice but to open the door. Eat breakfast. Fu Hui's mother didn't speak Mandarin, so she said those 3 words very seriously. She looked meaningfully at the slim and elegant girl and nodded in satisfaction in front of Yi Qian. She was worthy of her son. She was worthy of him. Yi Qian frowned slightly. He closed the door and turned to face Fu Hui. Your mother looked at me strangely just now. Can you ask her what's going on during breakfast? Fu Hui didn't even need to ask. Her parents told her the reason. Your parents want me to be your daughter-in-law? This reason made Yi Qian's expression turn cold. After a while she smiled faintly. That's quite interesting. Where is your brother now? If they kept her as their daughter-in-law, they would regret it. Fu Hui's eyes were filled with tears. She raised her head and did not want to let the tears flow out. I also think it's very interesting. For my brother, my parents are really... It was said that children should not talk about their father's mistakes, but what about her parents? They had made too big of a mistake. She sniffled fiercely and took a deep breath before continuing. They're heartless. Don't be sad. You're doing very well, Fu Hui. Yi Qian, who had never taken the initiative to hug someone, hugged the girl whose heart had been broken by her parents. In a gentle and calm voice he said, You need a new environment. The path you take is different from theirs. Everything will get better. Don't be too pessimistic. Such a kind and righteous girl, she would have a good ending. Li Yi didn't appear until noon. Seeing the 2 girls sitting on each side with at least 3 meters between them and sunbathing in boredom, the smile on her face relaxed a lot. Sister, I'm so sorry. I've been busy until now to have time. Li Yi, who was still wearing yesterday's clothes, walked over with a smile. Sister Li wants to apologize to you. I'm afraid I can't take you hunting in the mountains today. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Yi Qian seemed to have just woken up. She struggled to open her eyes and blinked again. It was as if she finally saw who it was. She said weakly, Sister Li, I think I have a cold. Tomorrow is fine. I want to sleep. Chapter 1503. Yi Qian's words really touched Li Yi's heart. Hearing this, she immediately waved for Fu Hui, who was sitting far away, to come over. Fu Hui, this is an important guest that I brought over. She's also an important guest of your family. You have to treat her well. When Fu Hui came closer, Li Yi's smile deepened. You have to treat an important guest well. You can't let her suffer, and you can't tire her out, understand? She spoke to Yi Qian first, then turned around to face Fu Hui. When she turned around, her expression changed drastically. She was smiling when she faced Yi Qian, but when she faced Fu Hui, her expression turned cold. She held Fu Hui's hand tightly and warned her in a low voice, "You're not allowed to bring her anywhere except the village. You're not allowed to bring her to the neighboring villages or the mountains. You can't let go until your brother comes back. Do you hear me?" Li Yi didn't like Fu Hui. Why did a girl like her study so much? If you study too much, your heart will become wild. It's not easy to control it. Fortunately, the whole family was obedient. Otherwise, she would definitely think of a way to deal with them. Fu Hui had long been wary of Li Yi. When she heard this, she nodded blankly. She was so obedient that she didn't seem to have any opinions of her own. Seeing this, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and continued to speak to Yi Qian with a smile. "Sister, let her accompany you to the village today. Aren't you afraid of dogs? Every family in the village has a watchdog. Don't run around. Be careful not to get bitten by a dog. If you feel bored, come find Sister Li. Sister Li will take you around. When Sister Li is free, I'll take you to have some fun." To prevent her from wandering around the village at night and seeing things she shouldn't, Li Yi not only instructed Fu Hui to keep an eye on her, but also told the villagers to be careful. Yi Qian yawned and replied casually, "I know. Also, Sister Li, do you have a phone in the village? I want to call home." Similarly, Yi Qian knew how to confuse the enemy. "In a poor place like my husband's, he can't even earn much money in a year. How can he afford to install a phone? Let's stay here for 3 days. We'll contact you when we go to the county." However, Li Yi, who wanted to see if they were still there, didn't want to continue the conversation. She didn't want to talk about the phone. Once she left with Chan Jiafu, anything in the village would have nothing to do with her. However, at this moment she really regretted bringing him back. Fortunately, there was someone to take over. Otherwise, it would really be a burden. She was afraid that Yi Jian would cling to her in order to contact her family. Li Yi, who originally only wanted to chat for a while, had to stay for a while. She only left when Fu Hui's parents came back. Chapter 1504. Seeing that her parents were so stubborn, Fu Hui stood there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Even though she was standing under the sun, her body was shrouded in despair, as if she could not see the future. She was gray and had lost the smile that she should have at her age. Evil cults had existed since ancient times, and all of them were the leaders of deification. The main god's church was not the first evil cult, nor would it be the last, but it would never be allowed to develop and endanger society. Yi Qian looked at Li Yi's back as she left, and his hands slowly clenched into fists. "Just you wait, Li Yi, your days are numbered." The 30 or so families in the small mountain village lived on the mountain and were not grouped together. Other than the 6 families near Chan Jiafu, the rest were all individual households. How many siblings does Chan Jiafu have? Who are the closest to him? Who are the people who often appear at his house? After learning about the specific number of people in the village, including the number of men, women, and young adults, Yi Jian asked about Chan Jiafu's situation in detail. The information provided by the Guilin police was not detailed enough for the Snowfield Brigade and Yi Qian. Criminals were also separated by priority, so they had to be clear about who to focus on to prevent any fish from escaping the net. Fu Hui finally had someone to talk to. The more she spoke, the clearer she became. There are 2 brothers and 2 sisters who married out of the province. Chan Jiafu is the third. The closest to him are his 2 brothers, and if there is anything, they will be the one to handle it. The second is Li Yi, and then the 6 families with the surname Chan living near him. Our village chief also has the surname Chan, and is his brother. If there is any benefit, the village chief gets it first. The 2 of them talked as they walked. Yi Qian was on high alert and immediately stopped the conversation as soon as someone approached. After reminding Fu Hui twice, she knew there was surprise in her eyes. She did not feel that there were villagers following behind her, but Yi Qian immediately noticed when they were at least 5 or 6 meters away. "You're amazing, how did you know there were people following behind us?" Fu Hui, who was relieved, blinked and looked at Yi Qian with sparkling eyes. "You knew from so far away." Yi Qian smiled and said, "We usually train, so we'll know immediately if someone is following us. They're not professional stalkers, so they'll be able to detect us from a distance." This caused Fu Hui to exclaim in admiration. "Then your daily training must be very tough. You must be the best police officer in the police station." If not, she would not have let her enter the village alone. Thinking of this, Fu Hui felt a lot more at ease. Yi Qian could already see the 100-year-old maple tree in the village. It was autumn, and the maple trees had turned yellow. The quaint and tranquil scenery made Yi Qian stop in his tracks. It was such a beautiful scene, but it was a pity that it would not be long before the villagers living on this land would not be able to see it again. Only with effort can you reap the rewards. Just like the trials you are going through now, you will be able to face them calmly in the future. There was only one main path in the village, and one could walk the entire village by following it. Yi Qian, who was comforting others, did not walk blindly, but had a goal in mind. Every time he walked to a place, Yi Qian would draw a map of the terrain and landforms in his mind. When they arrived in front of a stone tablet, Fu Hui said softly, "We can't go any further. There's a path leading into the mountains. Our own villagers can't go out easily, and outsiders can't enter the village easily either. Everything has to be approved by Chan Jiafu first." Chapter 1505. Even though she didn't sleep last night, Fu Hui didn't feel sleepy at all. She kept talking about what happened in the village. She had suppressed it for too long, and there were too many things in her heart. If she didn't talk about it now, she would drive herself crazy. Yi Qian listened quietly and didn't interrupt her. She knew that this strong girl needed to vent, just like herself in her previous life, when she was forced into a corner and desperately needed someone to help her. "When you entered the village last night, did you see the 2 single-story houses at the entrance? That's the home of Chan Jiafu's 2 brothers. They're guarding the entrance and will inform the whole village if anything happens. They raised 4 wolf dogs and left the feeding of them to the whole village because Chan Jiafu said that these 4 wolf dogs are the guardians of the village. It's funny, isn't it? The dogs have become gods, yet they still accept the worship of the villagers." Fu Hui, who had spoken her mind, gradually felt less depressed. She was very relaxed in front of Yi Qian, as if she had found a close friend. She could speak her mind without fear of others knowing. Yi Qian raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Fu Hui's eyes. Evil cults always hurt the innocent. They lead villagers who were originally kind but didn't understand the law to the wrong path, and become tools in Chan Jiafu's hands. From this, it can be seen that our country's laws in remote mountainous areas are not comprehensive enough. As a country that rules by law, it is imperative that we spread the law. Yi Qian never knew how to comfort others, but her words always had the miraculous effect of calming people's hearts. With just a few words, Fu Hui's emotions gradually stabilized. With that, Yi Qian changed the topic. When she entered the village last night, she did see the 2 single-story houses at the entrance, but she didn't hear any dogs barking. Fu Hui let out a breath and pursed her lips. Yi Qian asked, "Do you know when the 4 wolf dogs are active?" It was better to avoid dealing with wolf dogs, especially when there were 4 of them. They'll be locked up during the day and released at around 7 at night. They're not chained up, and there are people in the village who have been bitten by them. The people who were bitten don't get treatment, and Chan Jiafu will say that they're possessed by evil spirits. The wolf dogs find out and bite the evil spirits out. When these things were mentioned, Fu Hui's emotions would fluctuate. Chan Jiafu's words could not be trusted at all, but the whole village listened to him and believed in him. After Fu Hui finished speaking, Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Since there was no chain, Captain Xia and the rest could not enter the village directly from the entrance. They could only sneak in through the mountains. "Take me to the place where the other 4 woven bags are buried. I didn't know the way last night, so I took a detour. I'll be back as soon as possible tonight." She didn't want this girl, whose heart was about to break, to worry anymore. Also, she received a message from Captain Xia at 5:25 in the morning. They were only 41 kilometers away from the mountain village. They must have arrived long ago and were hiding somewhere to rest. 3 days. They only had 3 days. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. During the day, he could accurately scout and survey. At night, he could increase his speed. There would be no detours like last night. He could find the other 4 woven bags as soon as possible. On the second night in the mountain village, Yi Qian groped her way out of Fu Hui's house at 11 o'clock in the morning. When she came back, her body was wet again. Her main task was completed. After sending out the specific location of all the woven bags, Yi Qian held her phone and waited quietly for Xia Jinyuan and the rest to send good news. At 5 o'clock in the morning, she received 2 words on her phone: "You're all right." After waiting for an hour, Yi Qian finally closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 1506. In order to successfully retrieve all 8 woven bags, Xia Jinyuan and his team stayed in the forest for an entire day. When the bags were handed to them, even the Special Forces soldiers who were used to seeing life and death had tears in their eyes. Pack them up and seal them properly to prevent any odor from leaking out. Put on the combat uniforms in the backpacks and bury them in plain clothes. Carry the bodies of the police officers on your backs. After Xia Jinyuan finished giving his instructions, he took the lead in changing his clothes. According to the military, the Snowfield Brigade's top priority was to bring back all the police officers so that they could rest in peace. They carried their comrades who fought for justice on their backs without a trace of fear in their hearts. Several police officers had died in the hot weather, and their limbs had turned into white bones. As a forensic doctor, K7 was unable to identify which bones belonged to whom at the scene. He could only temporarily put the bones into their backpacks according to the order of the woven bags. "Have a safe journey, brother." "Brother, I'll take you home. We'll have to work hard for another 12 hours. The 3 of them took out the bones one by one. Their expressions were as solemn as Yi Qian's. They even put the bones into their backpacks respectfully. K7's fingers touched a broken bone. His thin and handsome face was extremely tense. It was chopped with a blunt axe and sawed with a steel saw. "This is a skull. It was once hammered with a heavy object." Xia Jinyuan stood up. His cold eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at the mountain village where smoke was rising from. "Tonight we can have a good meeting with them." The sun rose and the sunlight dispersed the fog in the forest. Xia Jinyuan and his team hid their traces and returned to the tree again, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Guilin police. Yi Qian, who had just started the day, finished the most important task and did not have many scruples. However, she still asked Fu Hui to bring her around the village. The villagers received instructions from Li Yi and saw that the unfamiliar girl was always accompanied by Fu Hui, so they were not as vigilant as they were yesterday. Fu Hui was very responsible. This girl with a quiet personality would not ask too many questions. She quietly did everything well. Yi Qian liked her personality very much. She had her own opinions, principles, and justice in her heart. Yi Qian realized that 2 villagers had been following her for a long time. When she deliberately mentioned that she wanted to take a look at the 100-year-old maple field in the village, she saw from the corner of her eyes that the 2 villagers were following her. Her expression tensed up, and one of the villagers quickly turned and left, heading towards the village entrance. When they were still a short distance away from the big maple tree, Fu Hui was blocked by a few villagers. They stopped Fu Hui from bringing strangers over to take a look. "I can't go any further. I haven't even become your sister-in-law yet. Be careful that the committee member doesn't get angry. You went there for a whole day yesterday. Why are you still going there today? Why don't your parents do something about it? Quick, take her home. Don't let her near the door of the committee member's house." Chun Jiafu was their faith, and they would not allow anyone to destroy their faith. Looking at the weathered faces and thinking about the few police officers who had sacrificed themselves, Yi Qian, who was usually cold, felt his heart tremble. She could not understand how they could kill people so cruelly for their so-called faith. In the end, they followed the orders of the ringleader and cruelly dismembered people. On the other side, the villager who had turned and left earlier came back with 2 middle-aged men. They looked extremely serious as they walked to Fu Hui and whispered to her. Yi Qian looked indifferently at the 2 middle-aged men who had just arrived. When her gaze landed on their waists, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Chapter 1507. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Yi Qian covered his eyes with his hands to hide the coldness in his eyes. One of the middle-aged men had a dirt-stained belt around his waist. This belt didn't belong to him at all. It belonged to one of the police officers who had sacrificed himself. Now, the murderer who had killed them had actually taken it in such a blatant manner. Fu Hui was a quiet person. When the villagers asked her a few questions, she would answer them. Soon she brought Yi Qian away. That's Chen Jiafu's brother. He asked me to bring you home. You're not allowed to wander around the village anymore. Fu Hui walked over and said nervously, Let's go home now. I'll bring you out later. They had indeed been walking for a long time. It was already 11:30 in the afternoon. Yi Qian looked up at the two middle-aged men blocking their way. His eyes swept over the man with the belt. Is the man with the belt Chen Jiafu's brother? It's him. Don't look. Let's go. Fu Hui was very scared. Even her fingers were trembling. Hurry up. You'll be in danger if he has his eyes on you. Before they reached Fu Hui's house, they saw a few villagers standing outside chatting about something. When they saw her, they immediately stopped chatting and looked at her. Don't worry about them. Just follow me. Fu Hui was now protecting Yi Qian. She felt that she had a responsibility to protect the young policewoman who had saved her. Yi Qian did not tell her her real identity, so Fu Hui had always thought that she was a policewoman. The aroma of food wafted through the air. K7, who was squatting in the forest, ate some hardtack and drank some spring water from the mountains. It was a simple lunch. There are a lot of dogs. There are 4 wolfhounds at the entrance of the village. Xia Jinyuan's voice came from the wireless earpiece. It was cold like spring water. There are a total of 34 households. Every household has a dog. If we don't take them down, they'll be exposed. How impressive. He actually called for every household to have a dog. It was not easy for Little Fox to find 4 woven bags by herself last night. He was holding hardtack in her right hand and binoculars in her left. She whispered, How's Yi Qian doing? When are you going to release the medicine? He had observed for less than half an hour and had already seen 6 native dogs running over the ridge of the field. If he did not solve some of them, it was bound to bring some difficulties to the operation. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head to check the text messages on his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It has already started. There will be news in the evening. Pigeon and the others have already met up with the Guilin police. Send him our coordinates. One after another, Xia Jinyuan replied quickly. Everything is ready. We will look for the faraway woven bags. You are responsible for finding the woven bags buried in the vegetable garden. Okay, let's move at 8 p.m. I'll be responsible for diverting their attention. Yi Qian immediately replied after receiving his reply. Ming Yan's delicate face was tense, and there was a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. Chen Jiafu is the main culprit. His brother was involved in the murder of the police officers. Li Yi is the main culprit. Focus on the 4 big fish. After the first message was sent, Yi Qian immediately wrote another message. The firepower is temporarily unknown. After investigation, no weapons were found. We suspect that the weapons provided by foreign countries are false information. We can't rule out the possibility that the 3 Chen brothers and Li Yi have guns and ammunition for self-defense. Seeing this message, Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed. False information? Chapter 1508. This was a little thought-provoking. Little Fox would not send such a message for no reason. Did she find out something? The news was provided by the Guilin police. Little Fox said it was fake news. Could it be that the main culprit, Chen Jiafu, was bluffing? Xia Jinyuan was still staring at the message when Yi Qian sent a second message. Investigate Charlie again. I suspect he has other motives. Yi Jian, who was sitting in Fu Hui's house, stared at Chen Jiafu and Chen Jiafu, who had just arrived. During the day when she saw them, she felt that she had seen them somewhere before, but she was sure that she had never seen them in this life. It was only when Chen Jiafu's younger brother, who was wearing a black jacket and had his hair combed, walked in that Yi Qian finally remembered where she had seen them before. She had not seen them in this life. She had seen them in her previous life. Their photos had appeared on a Western country's website, and they had openly challenged the country's authority. They had even said that they were being persecuted by the country, and had no choice but to leave the country. They had also mentioned that the villagers had been treated inhumanely, because they were dissatisfied with the government's arrangements. They had also vaguely mentioned that the military had been involved. She had not paid attention to the impact of this incident, but it was probably not a big deal. At the very least, it had not been reported in the domestic news. She could see that the country had immediately stepped in to resolve this matter. Outside, Fu Hui's parents said anxiously, "Our family will not betray us. The committee member has helped our family become rich. We can't be ungrateful." And Sister Li, "She gave the girl inside to my son to be his wife without saying anything. The committee member and Li Yi have been so good to our family. How could we betray them?" Chen Jiafu guessed that there was a mole in the village, so he asked his brothers to investigate. He was going abroad, but he would not let the mole live. After asking for a long time, the Chen brothers did not find anything unusual. Only then did they let Fu Hui's parents go. The two of them looked fierce and cold as they turned to talk about Fu Hui. "Outsiders are not allowed to wander around the village. From tomorrow onwards, you and your sister-in-law will stay at home. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Do you understand?" The sister-in-law they were referring to was Yi Qian. Fu Hui's heart was in a panic, but she was still calm. She didn't say anything and just nodded meekly. When the Chen brothers saw that the whole family was behaving themselves, they did not ask any more questions. However, when they saw that Yi Qian had not come out, they were still worried. They said, "Call him out and have a look. Quick, call your sister-in-law out." When Fu Hui's mother heard that the matter was over, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Her family relied on the great committee member to live a good life. In the future, their life would be better and better. How could she betray him? Yi Qian put down his chopsticks and walked out. He frowned and pretended to be displeased as he looked at the Chen brothers, but his eyes were secretly sizing them up. If Chen Jiafu really had guns and ammunition provided by foreign countries, it was impossible for the two brothers who had the best relationship with him to not have the smell of gunpowder, especially when the whole mountain village was in the teeth of the storm. They even dared to kill the police. If they really had weapons provided by foreign countries, they would be even more arrogant. After the two brothers left, Yi Qian went back to his room with an excuse that he was not feeling well. His brows were still furrowed. In his previous life, the Chen brothers had indeed left the country. Then, in his previous life, did the military and police really enter the village with guns, causing the villagers to be treated inhumanely? According to the information provided by the Guilin police, their village had weapons provided by foreign countries. That meant that they were not completely defenseless. Chapter 1509. Yi Qian's brain never stopped working as she thought about her previous life and the present. In this life, with the help of Uncle Zhen, Principal Chan, and the military, Yi Qian was no longer as ignorant as she was in her previous life. She thought deeply and meticulously about the news she had read on a Western website. Their country was holding a grand celebration that attracted the attention of the world. All the major foreign media outlets were reporting on the celebration. Even now, there were still foreign media outlets in Beijing. If there was a sudden breaking news in the country that was related to the military or the police, the foreign media would definitely publicize and report on it. The public opinion would definitely become the focus of the world's attention. The anthropologist David Cole once said, "Without ceremonies and symbols, there would be no nation." The grand celebration was held a few days ago to remember the history, remember the martyrs, cherish peace, and create a future. It would also strengthen the citizens' sense of identity and belonging to their country, as well as a strong sense of honor. But at this time, there was news that the military or the police had suddenly raised their guns at a small mountain village. What would the citizens think? After a lot of publicity, a crisis of trust between the country and its citizens was very likely to occur. Because of this, Yi Qian was suddenly enlightened. She was so shocked that she immediately sat up from her bed. That's right, in her previous life, the Chen brothers appeared on a Western website less than a week after the grand celebration. Although she didn't pay attention to it afterward, now that she thought about it, she could feel that it had caused a huge uproar. Yi Qian didn't know if she guessed wrongly. She didn't have the political acumen of a country's leader, nor did she have any contact with the politics between countries. But Charlie's identity was definitely not simple. Perhaps he had intentionally revealed more information about the great committee member Chen Jiafu. Providing guns and ammunition overseas is fake news. This was the first text message Yi Qian sent to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian quickly typed on the keyboard and sent her conjecture to Xia Jinyuan. The number of words was so long that the message was sent to Xia Jinyuan's mobile phone in 4 separate messages. Her guess and analysis caused Xia Jinyuan's handsome face to darken. He had never considered this point. This was politics. In the small county, the director had already received a call from the highest leader in the Great Hall. The capital had intercepted 2 sets of suspicious satellite signals. After a surprise investigation, they found that one of the signal sources was the secret communication between 2 major news media organizations of a certain country and 3 domestic reporters who had stayed in the capital. Now, the 3 reporters had been secretly controlled, but they were not alarmed. They only intercepted their signal source and changed the content of the signal source. Meanwhile, the other signal source had appeared near the destination of Xia Jinyuan's operation tonight. From the discovery to the interception, it took less than 2 hours for the Great Hall to contact the secretary to explain the situation. Everything was already under the Great Hall's control. All right, I'll contact all the teams right away. The Director General's face was ashen and his voice was as cold as water. He nodded in agreement. Although he was thin, the lofty temperament of a national leader could not be ignored. Beside him, a confidential staff member's cell phone rang. It was also an official call from the director. The staff member immediately picked it up. Before he could speak, a man's voice came through the phone. It was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. Chapter 1510. I am Xia Jinyuan, the person in charge of the military operation team. I have something important to report to the director. Xia Jinyuan had the director's official phone number. After failing to get through twice, he immediately contacted the director's main staff. As soon as he reported his identity, the director's voice suddenly sounded. There is a problem with Charlie's identity. A certain Western country intends to use our country's celebration to create international headlines. The General Assembly Hall has already made preparations. The director did not give Xia Jinyuan a chance to speak. He took the phone and said in a deep voice, "The General Assembly Hall has already come up with a countermeasure to provide an opportunity for the Western country to create public opinion. At the same time, the main culprit, Chen Jiafu, will be arrested. The 2 brothers will not be arrested for the time being." The director quickly and steadily finished explaining the important matter. Only then did she ask Xia Jinyuan why he was looking for her. Since the General Assembly Hall had already come up with a solution, there was nothing else. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "The matter I reported to you is similar to what you told me. Yi Qian found something unusual and highly suspects that another country is involved. Can I send you her message?" The director, who was originally as calm as still water, was greatly surprised. Xiaoyi, who was still a military academy student, found something unusual? Okay, send me all her messages. How could he not be surprised? The General Assembly Hall only found out about the abnormality 2 hours ago. No one else, including him, a leader, had noticed it, but a military academy student did. This showed that she had extremely high political acumen. While talking to the director, Xia Jinyuan's phone received another message. He hung up the phone and opened it. It was still from Yi Qian. The whereabouts of the sacrificed police officers' guns are unknown. We can't rule out the possibility that they have fallen into the hands of the Chen brothers. After reading the message, Xia Jinyuan replied, "The General Assembly Hall was aware of the abnormality 2 hours ago. Chen Jiafu has been arrested. The 2 brothers will not be arrested for the time being. Contact us at 5 p.m. Over." Yi Qian, who was leaning against the window, saw the reply and sighed softly. This explained why the Chen brothers were able to leave the country. It turned out that they had intentionally let them go. Then, the reason why the comments they posted on the website did not cause a huge uproar in the country was because the General Assembly Hall had already prepared a countermeasure. A great country is not so easy to bully. A certain Western country shouldn't be too arrogant. You have to pay for what you've done. With this message, Yi Qian could finally relax. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qian turned on the signal receiver on time and received a message from Xia Jinyuan on his phone. The Guilin police had split into 5 groups and secretly arrived in the forest about 5 kilometers away from the small mountain village. They were waiting for tonight. A tough battle was about to begin. Tonight the net would be pulled in. This time it could be said that the number of police officers sent out this time was the largest. The secretary in charge of the small county would immediately receive the situation in the mountain village and promptly report it to the Great Hall. As night fell, the temperature in the mountains gradually dropped. The wind blew through the treetops, bringing with it a soothing rustling sound. After dinner, Yi Qian received a look from Fu Hui. She had given her dog a drug with a high concentration of stimulant. Half an hour later, the dog started barking. Fu Hui couldn't help but shudder at the wild barking of woof woof woof. "Don't be afraid," Yi Qian mouthed to her. "I'm here for you." Chapter 15:11. In the forest, Xia Jinyuan, who was resting, opened his eyes when he heard the first dog barking. The moment he opened his deep and dark eyes, there was a flash of sharpness like a cold sword. It's time to solve the dog problem. It's a bit loud. All the dogs in the village must have gone crazy. Bai He, who was lying on the tree, picked up the binoculars and took a look. He pressed on the wireless headset and whispered, "We can take action now." Putting on night vision goggles, several figures rushed out of the dense forest and disappeared into the night like ghosts. The dog raised by Fu Hui's family suddenly went crazy, and the barking caused all the other dogs in the village to echo, breaking the silence in the mountain village. Li Yi, who was on the phone, felt her heart skip a beat. She put down the phone and walked out quickly. "What happened? Did you send someone out to check?" she asked the villager who had a telephone. "Our dog suddenly ran out." "Sister Li, could it be that the police who are possessed by evil spirits are coming again?" The one who spoke was a village woman in her early 40s. She was holding the Believer's Handbook of the God's Church in her hand and looked flustered. "Great Counselor, we have to ask him to come forward. We can't let evil spirits destroy our village." Li Yi knew about Chun Jiafu's situation the best. She knew that the so-called evil spirits didn't exist at all. Because she knew that they didn't exist, she was a little flustered. It just so happened that she couldn't contact the staff she trusted. Listening to the dog barking one after another, she was so flustered that her eyelids began to twitch. She didn't call again but left immediately. She didn't even turn on the flashlight. She walked quickly in the dark towards Chun Jiafu's house. A dazzling light suddenly shot from behind the 100-year-old maple tree in front of her. Li Yi was so shocked that she subconsciously turned around and wanted to run away. "Sister Li." Someone called her and hurriedly ran towards her. "Sister Li, why are all the dogs in the village barking? Fu Hui's parents said that evil spirits are coming. Why is your village so weird? Just looking at it makes me feel uneasy." It was the voice of the girl from the city whom she had tricked. Li Yi, whose heartstrings were extremely tight, breathed a sigh of relief. She only felt that her knees were weak. She was frightened and asked in a bad tone, "Why did you come out in the middle of the night? You almost gave me a heart attack." Yi Qian also had a look of panic on his face, as if he had been frightened as well. He couldn't even speak properly. "Dogs, all of them are dogs. It's too scary. Li Yi, I want to go home. I want to go home." She had to hold Li Yi back. At the same time, she had to drag her to Fu Hui's house and tie her up. Fu Hui's parents were tied up tightly by Yi Qian. Their hands and feet were tied, and a towel was stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from screaming. Li Yi, who was being pestered, didn't know what was going on. She was anxious to go back to find Chun Jiafu, but Yi Qian grabbed her arm. She was flustered and couldn't break free. She angrily accompanied Yi Qian back to Fu Hui's house. "If you know you're afraid of dogs, then why did you come out? Sister, I'm telling you, don't run around tonight. Sister Li is also afraid of the dark, so she won't come over to accompany you in the middle of the night." Li Yi, who was in a hurry, stepped into Fu Hui's house. Her heels were still outside, so she was caught off guard by Yi Qian and fell to the ground. As soon as she fell to the ground, Li Yi reacted. However, no matter how fast she reacted, she couldn't be faster than Yi Qian. She could only make an ugh sound. In the next second, Yi Qian used a towel to choke her mouth. At the same time, he grabbed her back with both hands and pressed her hard to the ground, making her unable to move. Chapter 15:12. Fu Hui didn't come over to help. She didn't know what she could do. The moment she entered the room, Yi Qian immediately restrained Li Yi. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. 15 minutes ago, her parents were the same. According to Yi Qian's instructions, she first took her mother away alone. She didn't know what to do. Yi Qian had already captured her father, who was about to pray, and then tied her mother up with a rope. Li Yi, who was restrained, was shocked. With half of her face pressed against the cold ground, she began to struggle violently. She, who had never been obedient, vaguely realized something and struggled even more fiercely. He was quite strong. Even if her hands were tied behind her back, she wouldn't give up as long as she could move. The second her mouth was gagged, she only had one thought in her mind. I have to escape. Yi Jian smiled. Her voice was as cold as the moonlight, as if she was holding down a poisonous snake. Those young girls who were harmed by Sister Li must have struggled like this before. Unfortunately, Sister Li didn't let them go. As he spoke, Yi Qian, who was sitting on Li Yi's back, grabbed her calf with both hands. With just one movement, Li Yi's expression changed drastically. Horror hit her like a stormy sea, and her body trembled violently. Sister Li is really strong. Looks like I have to break one of your legs. The voice behind her was clear and light. It was very pleasant to the ears, but Li Yi almost fainted when she heard it. What is she doing? Who is she? Yi Qian said that he would break one of her legs. He was definitely not just saying it. He meant it. In Sister Li's club, it's very common to break the legs and arms of abducted girls. Sister Li must have seen a lot, so you're not afraid anymore. I just don't know if Sister Li has experienced it before. There's no time like the present. Tonight, Sister Li, you should have a taste of what it's like to have your arms and legs broken. No, how could Li Yi want to have a taste like that? She shook her head frantically. The fear in her eyes was not fake. Woo! Li Yi, who was really afraid of having her arms and legs broken, whimpered. She didn't want to have a taste at all. She didn't want to have a taste at all. Fu Hui, right, there's still Fu Hui. Li Yi, who was so scared that her face turned pale, tried her best to raise her head and look for Fu Hui, who was still there just now. Only she could save her. TSK. Elder Sister Li is a famous person in Yuyang City. Why is she afraid of a broken arm and leg? I thought Sister Li wasn't afraid. Otherwise, why would she always play this trick on those girls? Yi Qian did not intend to let her off easily. With Xia Jinyuan and the others outside, as well as the Guilin police, she had enough time to play with Li Yi. Let's play with Li Yi, who killed countless abducted girls. With a cold expression on his face, Yi Qian gripped her calf tightly and twisted it bit by bit like a screw. Li Yi, who had just started, couldn't bear it anymore and let out a muffled scream. Li Yi, who did not see Fu Hui, was in so much pain that her entire body tensed up. She kept struggling in her throat. Who was this girl that he had abducted on his way back to the village? She would rather believe that she came back to take revenge on behalf of her kidnapped sister. What was the truth? The truth was something she didn't dare to think too deeply about. Even if she only thought about it, she was so scared that her heart trembled. Ever since she killed those policemen, her heart had not felt at ease for a single day. That night, when she suddenly heard Wang Gui ask if something had happened, her heart skipped a beat. It was not that she didn't suspect this girl, but in the end she still let her greed get the upper hand. After testing her a few times, she thought that there was nothing wrong. Chapter 1513. It was a big problem. It was a pity that she would never have the chance to regret it. For example, if she had thought about it just now, she would have noticed that something was wrong. However, because she couldn't get through to the club's phone and heard the dogs barking in the village, she panicked and didn't think too much about it. She was obviously afraid of dogs, so why would she appear behind the maple tree? She even knew that she had already come out and directly called her Sister Li when she walked out. Just now, she really only needed to think about it a little, and she could have escaped. It was too late. It was too late to know now that Big Sister Li was a death sentence and could easily take her life. However, she really didn't expect that such a young girl would be a police officer. She even dared to sneak into the village alone. Wasn't she afraid that she would end up like the other police officers in front of her? Li Yi, whose facial features were distorted from the pain, was already in tears. It was better to give her a quick death than to torture her so slowly now. Don't worry, Sister Li. We've just started. Wouldn't it be too boring to finish it all at once? Look, I haven't even used the methods you used on those girls. Yi Qian said softly. His voice was really soft, but there was a bone-piercing coldness in it that pierced Li Yi's heart like needles. As he spoke, his hands didn't stop. He continued to twist at a moderate pace. Li Yi was in so much pain that she definitely couldn't calm down and think. Beside her, Fu Hui saw Li Yi's miserable state and felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She was looking for her just now. Did she think that I would come forward to save her? She was dreaming. Listening to Li Yi's screams, Fu Hui only felt that the pressure in her heart for so long dissipated bit by bit. It was over. All the pain would end tonight. After tonight, would this mountain village, where she was born and raised, become an uninhabited village? Fu Hui slowly leaned against the wall and lowered her head heavily. Drops of water fell from her eyes. She cried. She cried for this mountain village and for her home. But she did not regret it. If the sin was not destroyed, more families would be hurt, and more families would experience the pain of separation. The loudest scream was heard. Fu Hui was so shocked that she jerked her head up to look. She saw Li Yi, who used to be insufferably arrogant, with her hair disheveled and her body in a sorry state. Her right leg was strangely twisted. Yi Qian had really broken her leg. Fu Hui laughed. It was not a silent laugh but a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Li Yi, you also have this day, you also have this day. How did you break my classmates' legs? Today, I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine. Li Yi, who was in so much pain that she was about to faint, could no longer hear Fu Hui's laughter. She collapsed like a dead fish and allowed Yi Qian to tie her legs. It was too painful. It was so painful that she wished she could just die. Even if she didn't want to accept the truth, she had no choice but to do so. Even if she didn't believe that the girl in front of her was a police officer, she had to accept. The city girl who had been abducted was a police officer. It was really funny. She had always thought that she had successfully lured Yi Qian. But in fact, she had directly jumped into someone else's trap and was feeling complacent. Li Yi didn't struggle. It was too painful. It was so painful that she didn't have the strength to struggle. When her hands and feet were all tied up, Li Yi knew that she had lost because of her carelessness. She had lost completely. If she didn't escape tonight, it would be equivalent to losing her entire life. Chapter 15:14. No, she couldn't lose. If she lost, she would lose everything. She had to find a way to escape. There had to be a way to escape. Li Yi, whose face was distorted from the pain, began to plan in her heart. She had to leave. In order to leave, she had to endure the pain. Stay at home and turn off the lights. Don't let anyone in. Yi Qian finished his work and didn't even look at Li Yi. His body was slightly heavy as he reminded Fu Hui. Remember, Fu Hui. Don't let anyone in. Don't go near your parents. When they captured her parents just now, there was obvious reluctance in her eyes. This was a very normal emotion. Her parents were captured right in front of her, so there would be some emotional fluctuations in her heart. Fu Hui wiped away her tears and didn't look at Li Yi. She nodded gently and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll guard the house well. You have to be careful. Don't get bitten by the dogs." Although her hands and feet were bound and she couldn't speak, Li Yi, who could hear, understood who Chen Jiafu suspected of being the mole. She didn't expect it to be Fu Hui, who they had never suspected. Fu Hui was introverted, taciturn, and didn't have much of a presence in the village. All day long one would be pecked by the goose. It was his own carelessness and overconfidence. But now wasn't the time to settle the score. She had to escape first, and then she would settle the score with this little bitch. She thought she had treated her family well, but she was betrayed. It was hard to swallow the anger in her heart. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. As long as Yi Qian left, she had to negotiate with the little bitch and persuade her to let her go. Also, this little bitch was in the room just now, but she didn't come to help her. Good. Wait. When she escaped, the first person she couldn't forgive would be the little bitch. Li Yi, whose eyes were full of hatred, glared fiercely at Fu Hui. Little bitch. When she came back from school, she should have cut her tongue out. Li Yi, if you do evil you will die. Don't blame others. You can only blame yourself. Fu Hui spoke. The hatred in her eyes was no less than Li Yi's. Even her voice was full of hatred. In order to satisfy your greed, you sacrificed my whole family. Li Yi, do you think I don't hate you? I have to thank you for taking a leave of absence for me. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. She usually did not speak, but when she opened her mouth, her voice was filled with sharp hatred. Li could not help but tremble. Would this little bitch kill him? My classmate. A girl who loved to talk, laugh, and dance. After she was coaxed out by you, she never came back. Everyone thought that you sponsored her to study abroad, but in fact. Fu Hui's emotions fluctuated greatly. She walked in front of Li Yi, and the light in her eyes was like a knife. She almost wanted to kill the other party. Actually, you crippled her legs for not giving in and locked her in the basement. He even told the people around him that he was raising a dog to vent when he was in a bad mood. Li, you're really amazing. You can even raise people like dogs. If I can, I really want to raise you like a dog. Fu Hui almost used all of her strength to coax him out. Yi Qian, who was about to leave, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. His gaze instantly turned towards Li Yi. Treating people like dogs, Li, you're so arrogant. This matter was not in the information that the Noble Kingdom's police investigated. Li Yi's shoulders trembled from the roar. These things were actually known. Then could she still use Fu Hui, this little bitch, to escape? It seemed impossible. Chapter 15:15. At 36 years old, Li Yi, who had always dressed fashionably, seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her face was ashen. Realizing that she had no hope of escaping, Li Yi, who had fallen to the ground, raised her head and stared at Fu Hui. She mumbled, "If you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. If you kill me, none of you will be able to escape. Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes. People like you will be punished by the law, so why do we have to do it? Ha, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands." Yi Qian's gaze swept over like cold water and he said, "Ignore her. Calm your emotions. Think about what you were thinking at that time. Stick to your principles and don't be easily swayed by your emotions." He was worried that Fu Hui would be too emotional and make a mistake in principle at a critical moment, which would cause her to break the law. Fu Hui, who had screamed out all her pain, wiped her tears and nodded heavily as she panted slightly to show that she understood and would not do anything that would harm herself. Yi Qian could not help but smile at her nod. This girl was very resilient and principled. As long as she agreed to something, she would definitely not disappoint. She glanced at Li Yi with a faint smile. Her eyes were clear, as if she had seen through her thoughts. She wanted to drag a few people down with her before she died. What a whimsical idea. Yi Qian led Li Yi to Fu Hui's house, and Xia Jinyuan and the other two sneaked into the village. They needed to first control the surrounding individual villagers and tear open an opening for the Guilin police to enter the village. At the entrance of the village, Pigeon and T6 found the bungalow built by the Chan Jiafu brothers. They had to deal with the 4 wolf heads first. The whole process was very short. When Yi Qian finished dealing with Li Yi and came out, the barking of the dogs in the village gradually subsided. The flashing flashlights also went out one by one, and the village gradually quieted down again. "Just drag them away," someone said softly. At the same time, he was carrying a villager who had fainted. "Leave them all to the police. We won't interfere." It was Xia Jinyuan's voice. The white crane nodded. Like a ferocious beast, it picked up a villager in its hands and walked briskly over the fields overgrown with weeds. It brought the man and quickly handed him over to the Guilin police. The Guilin police had already surrounded the mountain village. They were only waiting for the main culprit, Chan Jiafu, to be arrested. Then they would immediately break in and arrest all the villagers. With a clear goal in mind, Yi Qian once again touched the century-old maple tree. At this moment the village was so quiet that it made people panic. Some villagers were startled by the dog and turned off the lights. They came out to look around and found nothing strange before returning to their rooms. The bright lights went out in an instant, and the sound of fighting came from the darkness. Another villager was subdued. They were all villagers from the surrounding area, not a group of villagers gathered together. K7 had already snuck into the villager's house where the phone was installed. He silently cut the phone line. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. Yi Qian has arrived at Old Maple. K7, meet up with her. The Snowfield Brigade's operation was divided into 3 groups, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of the whole operation. His low voice came from the dark, like a sword that was quietly unsheathed and ready to be swung at any time. K7 replied with a simple "Roger that," and immediately disappeared into the dark of the night. The Guilin police were holding their breaths as they waited for news from the military. At the same time, they kept carrying the villagers who had fainted. After carrying more than 10 of them back, one of the police officers asked the captain beside him with sweat on his forehead, "Captain, who did the military send to help us?" Chapter 15:16. It was too scary, there wasn't a single sound along the way. "I'm not too sure. I heard it was a soldier from a special force." The captain with the Type 92 pistol in his hand stared at the front where he couldn't see anything clearly. He was waiting for the police to bring back the remains of his fallen brothers. The military special forces put the remains of their brothers into their backpacks and met with another action team. They solemnly handed over their backpacks and then let the police brothers bring back their brothers. The souls of heroes returned to their hometown, resting in their hometown. In a cave about 5 kilometers away from the small village, a few figures stood up and walked around from time to time. These were 4 Western faces, all from a newspaper in a Western country. "God, I don't want to wait any longer. It's too cold here, I've had enough," a woman said impatiently. "No, I don't want to wait any longer, I want to wait any longer, it's still the same." She picked up the backpack by her feet, turned on the flashlight used for walking at night, and insisted on going over. A Western man with a beard blocked her and unhappily reprimanded, "Mary, calm down. You're a reporter, don't you have any patience?" "No, I'm very patient, but you see, oh, I can't wait any longer because we've already waited for 3 days. Damn it, if I knew, I would have stayed in the capital and not followed you to a mountain with no people." The female reporter Mary didn't get any valuable news. Her patience had already run out. She didn't want to wait any longer. Damn it, they said that there would be military and police people killing civilians with guns. Oh God, how could she be so naive to believe it? This was a country that strictly controlled guns and ammunition. A country that absolutely didn't allow military and police to point guns at civilians. How could she believe it? Mary's personality was quite stubborn. When she said she wanted to leave, the other 3 people couldn't stop her. She came out of the cave and stepped on the withered grass, rushing to the foot of the mountain alone. She wasn't afraid of getting lost, nor was she afraid of encountering any ferocious beasts. Mary walked very fast towards the direction she came from 3 days ago. She had no intention of stopping. Damn it. Calling her was definitely a wrong decision. A man picked up his backpack. "We have to catch up with her. There's still no news after 3 days. I don't think there will be any news." Gunshots couldn't be heard from a distance of 5 kilometers, but if one walked to the top of the mountain, they would definitely hear gunshots coming from the bottom of the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, causing the 4 Western reporters to become alert. Mary immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, I think I heard gunshots." It was indeed the sound of gunfire. Chun Jiafu's brothers were shooting randomly as they fled towards the mountains. The village was in chaos. A large number of police officers entered the village. They could be seen entering and exiting every household. The villagers of every household had their hands behind their backs and were detained by the police. The villagers who were arrested all cursed loudly. The younger and stronger ones were still fighting with the police in the house, trying to escape, but to no avail. Even if they ran to the door, they were blocked by the police who were guarding outside. "Put the handcuffs on and behave yourself. Take them all away. All promotional materials will be destroyed." Chapter 15:17. Although the village was in chaos, it was only the sound of people talking. But when Chun Jiafu's 2 brothers fled up the mountain, the villagers in the small mountain village were shocked by their continuous gunfire. A few middle-aged men happened to climb over the wall, and when they heard the gunshots, they were so frightened that they fell off the wall. If they had not heard gunshots before, they would not have been so scared. It was precisely because they had heard gunshots and witnessed the power of bullets with their own eyes that they were scared. Before he could regain his footing, he was pressed to the ground by the police who shouted, "Don't move." His voice was intimidating, like thunder exploding above his head. He didn't dare to move and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. "I won't run anymore, I won't run anymore. I'll come down, I'll come down." When a villager who had fled to the roof heard the gunshots, his knees went weak. He was no longer as vigorous and bold as before. He sat down on the blue tiles and did not dare to move for a long time. When the police officers climbed up, he did not resist and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. Gunshots. Those were gunshots just now. Since the police had already brought their guns over, why were they still running? No matter how fast they ran, could they be faster than bullets? One of the police officers who had been killed some time ago had run so fast, but in the end he was still hit by a bullet. Recalling the fate of being hit by a bullet, the villagers who still wanted to escape became obedient. Gather all of them and escort them to custody. Handcuff their hands and feet. The brigade leader in charge of the entire operation gave the order. The entire small mountain village was brightly lit, and there were even high-powered searchlights shining down from the top of the mountain like a small sun, illuminating the entire mountain village like it was daytime. The police escorting them were not equipped with rifles. They only had handguns for self-defense, and they only had 2 live rounds. In fact, they were all Type 84 pistols with blank cartridges. They would only raise their guns and fire in self-defense if they encountered extremely vicious villagers who were carrying dangerous items. They're really coming over. 3 men and a woman, a total of 4 people. They're sneaking around and I can tell they're up to no good. Based on the trajectory of the signal source and the other party's walking path, the T6 combatant, who was secretly following them, pressed down on his earpiece and whispered, "They're fully equipped with camera equipment. Should we do some damage?" When no one answered him for a long time, the T6 combatant chuckled to himself and did not say anything else. "Then let's do some damage." He didn't reply because he didn't have much time. The pigeons and cranes surrounded Chen Jiafu, and Xia Jinyuan, K7, and Yi Qian purposely forced Chen Jiafu's brother to run into the mountains. The Great Hall had given the order to let the Chen brothers go, so they had to think of a way to make them think that they had really escaped. There are still 2 pistols missing. All teams, please do your best to search. The village police officer's voice was deep and filled with anger as he shouted, "Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." The 2 missing pistols were the guns of the deceased police officers. They were all live ammunition. If they were leaked into society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Qian, who was already equipped with an earpiece, took out a dagger and dug out a bullet that had been shot into a tree. The bullet was still a little hot. Other than the smell of gunpowder, there was also the smell of burnt trees. He put the bullets he dug out from the tree trunk into his pocket and whispered, "Found that the suspects fired a Type 84 handgun bullet. It matches the bullets of the handgun that the deceased police officer lost. The 2 suspects each have a Type 84 handgun. They can go, but they have to leave the guns behind." Xia Jinyuan, who was chasing from the side, said, "It's confirmed that the police still have 2 Type 84 handguns that have not been recovered." Chapter 15:18. The assembly hall had the intention of letting them go, but they would definitely not allow them to bring their guns back to society. Moreover, this was a gun that had been assigned to a sacrificed police officer. Moreover, bullets did not have eyes. If they intended to take revenge after they got out, who knew how many innocent people would be hurt by their guns? They had to get the gun back. Even if they could not get it back, they had to destroy it. It was not difficult to make them think that they had really escaped. At the same time, they had to think of a way to confiscate the guns in their hands. K7 forced them to head in the direction of the 4th searchlight. There's a patch of grass 200 meters away from the 4th searchlight. Yi Qian set up an ambush and shoot at their weapons. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army combat uniform, caught up to Yi Qian and jumped to the front. They had already lured the Chen brothers up the mountain, so the next step was to hand over the guns. Xia Jinyuan charged in front and covered the left and right sides in the middle. K7, who was behind him, was in charge of guarding and defending. The 3 positions alternated. They moved quickly but did not panic. Based on the trajectory of the bullets and the movements in front of them, they calmly followed the Chen brothers closely. K7, who was in charge of guarding and defending, quickly moved from the back to the front. After making a hand signal, Yi Qian passed by the 2 of them and sprinted towards the direction of the 4th searchlight. Just as Yi Qian passed by him, he heard a gunshot behind him. K7 wanted to cover and confuse the Chen brothers. The bullet seemed to have brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. The faint smell of gunpowder drifted past the tip of his nose. Yi Qian did not stop. He did not even try to dodge. Bullets did not have eyes, but the person holding the gun was a comrade whom he could trust with his back. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the bullet hitting him. T6's voice rang out at this moment. He said that he was going to cause some damage. Yi Qian, who was moving forward, dodged a searchlight that swept past him. His figure flitted behind the leaves like a night bird. Xia Jinyuan fired a shot in the direction of his right hand. When he heard the leaves rustling in front of him, he said to Yi Qian. Yi Qian moved quickly. He and K7's pincer attack forced the Chun brothers to run toward the fourth searchlight. They had no other choice. Chun Jiakong tried to escape to the east twice but was forced back by the bullets. He whispered to his brother, Chan Jiaxing, who had not moved, "Brother, we can't run out of the mountain. Run into the mountain first. The mountain is big. It won't be easy to find us." Compared to Chan Jiaxing, Chan Jiakong was much bolder and more meticulous. Although he had a gun in his hand, he didn't fire blindly. He was afraid that he would run out of bullets when he needed to rush out. "Let me catch my breath. I sprained my ankle." Chan Jiaxing was the second son of the Chan family. He was in his 40s, so his physical strength was naturally not as good as Chan Jiakong, who was ranked 4th. He squatted behind a bush and panted heavily. This matter had blown up. With so many police officers coming out at once, he panicked. Chun Jiakong panicked. "Second brother, if you continue to rest, you'll end up like third brother, waiting to be caught. Damn it, there seems to be a few policemen following behind us. We have to hurry up and run. The mountain is our world. As long as we get into the mountain, they won't be able to do anything to us." The two of them were still huddled up and did not move. The bullets flew over their heads and brushed past several leaves. Chan Jiaxing was so shocked that he hugged a tree and hid behind it. "Why are you still hiding? Hurry up and run." No matter how bold Chan Jiakong was, he did not dare to fight head-on with bullets. He pulled Chan Jiaxing and ran into the forest. Chapter 15:19. The Chun brothers had always been close, so they didn't leave anyone behind when they were running. Other than Chan Jiafu, they didn't have a chance to pull him along. K7 and Xia Jinyuan fired back and forth, forcing the Chun brothers to run towards the direction of the fourth searchlight. They forced the Chun brothers to run towards the direction of the fourth searchlight until they reached an open field of vision. The searchlight would shine for about 5 seconds before it stopped. In order not to arouse the brothers' suspicion, the searchlight was temporarily turned off and would only be turned on when they were within range. Ready to shoot. Xia Jinyuan raised his phone, and his cold voice came from his earpiece. 1, 2, 3. K7 fire. To force the Chun brothers to raise their guns, the searchlight suddenly swept over them the moment they raised their guns. Yi Qian, who was already prepared, aimed at one of them and quickly fired. Bang bang. 2 consecutive gunshots were heard. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan fired almost at the same time and fired at the same time. The two brothers' guns were hit by the bullets. The bullets collided with the barrels and sparks flew everywhere. "Get down, second brother!" Chun Jiakong roared. He reacted the fastest. As soon as the gun left his hand, he threw himself into the grass. He even knew how to quickly roll to avoid being targeted by the bullets. Chun Jiaxing didn't react as fast as him. He only realized that he had to lie down after he roared. The two of them were so close to the ground that they wanted to bury their bodies in it. At night, the cool wind blew through the treetops, causing a rustling sound. The wind carried with it faint smoke as it blew past their noses and disappeared without a trace. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Chun Jiakong didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. When he quietly moved his legs, it felt like hours had passed. "Fifth brother, it seems like there's no movement." Chun Jiaxing's trembling voice came from the grass. "Did they all leave?" Chun Jiakong didn't reply. It was shown on TV that it was best to lie down longer after the bullets were fired, so that the enemy would think that they had run far away. Moving his numb legs, Chun Jiakong quietly raised his head and looked around cautiously. Seemed like they all left. "Second brother, let's go." Without further ado, Chun Jiakong immediately stood up and ran into the mountains. The two figures disappeared from sight. Xia Jinyuan hugged the tree with both hands and slid down. "T6, it's your turn." They've already run into the mountains. Find a way to lure the 3 men and 1 woman to the Chan brothers. Okay, give me half an hour, T6 replied. The T6 combatant replied. He easily followed behind the 4 Western reporters and began to operate alone for half an hour. Only he knew how he was going to act. Xia Jinyuan and the others didn't ask, nor did they say that they were going to support him. After going on several missions with them, Yi Jian had already figured out how they were compatible with each other. If they needed to carry out a mission together, they would definitely make arrangements in advance. If they were to act alone, they would also consider the dangers in advance and come up with countermeasures. Yi Jian picked up the pistol that was hit by the bullet from the grass and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. It's useless. The magazine can be ejected. Together with these 2, we've found all the missing pistols. The Guilin police didn't find any foreign weapons in the small mountain village. The only guns they had were those of the policemen who had died here. Xia Jinyuan opened the other pistol and took a look. There were still 18 bullets left, which belonged to Chan Jiakong. As for the other pistol, there were only 4 bullets left. Chapter 1520. Chen Jiakong is smarter than Chan Jiaxing. Yi Qian said calmly. There was a thin layer of haze in his lowered eyes. The murderers of the police actually managed to escape overseas. Letting them live for a few more days was already a kind of mercy. Xia Jinyuan put the magazine into the magazine pocket of his combat vest. He looked at Yi Qian and said, The Great Hall will take care of everything, so we don't have to worry. Someone will take care of these 2 criminals. Escaping is only temporary for them. Once politics were involved, the soldiers who were on duty had no right to interfere. When Yi Qian heard this, he nodded slightly to show that he understood. Let's go down the mountain and meet up with the Guilin police. Xia Jinyuan took off his helmet and looked into the depths of the mountain. Now they could only wait for news from T6. K7, who was carrying an assault rifle on his back, strode out of the forest. He smiled at Yi Qian first, then turned to Xia Jinyuan and asked, Can we leave now? I don't want to spend the night in this godforsaken place. K7 couldn't help but feel repulsed by this place that was full of crime. No, let's leave immediately. Yi Qian's vacation is almost here. Little Fox only had 2 days off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. School had just started, so she shouldn't take too much time off. Although freshmen and sophomores focused on physical training, professional knowledge couldn't be neglected either. Yi Qian naturally wanted to leave tonight. Since the mission had been completed, of course he had to return to school on time. However, he still had to look for Fu Hui tonight. The young lady had helped him capture her parents. Even if he was mentally prepared, there was still a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't cross in terms of emotions, morals, and filial piety. When the 3 of them came down from the mountain, all the villagers at the foot of the mountain were already under control. Fu Hui let 2 police officers to bring her parents out of the cellar they used to store sweet potatoes in. She stood quietly in the darkness as she watched her parents stumble out of the cellar with hunched backs. She bit her lower lip and tilted her head sideways as she watched her parents stumble out of the cellar. She didn't want to see it, nor did she have the heart to see it. Fu Hui's parents didn't notice that their daughter was standing on the side. When they saw the uniformed police officers, their first reaction wasn't to think that they couldn't even protect themselves, but to look around for the great committee member Chan Jiafu, who had made the whole family rich and healthy. Let's go. The police would not be kind to the villagers who killed their own brothers. They directly pushed them to leave. Fu Hui wiped away the tears that had flowed to the side of her mouth. She only left after her parents had walked past her. Don't listen to what they say. It will only soften your heart. If you make a mistake and break the law, there will never be a good ending. Her parents can only spend the rest of their lives in prison. As a daughter, she will help her parents repay the debts of those families who lost their children. It was said that one of the families had an only daughter. Chen Jiafu was taken away alone. He didn't even meet with the villagers. After being arrested, he was taken away without stopping. Li Yi, who was walking on one foot, didn't receive any special treatment. 2 police officers grabbed her left and right shoulders and directly dragged her away. When Fu Hui's parents came out, they just happened to see it. The 2 of them were shocked. Fu Hui's mother directly shouted, "How can you treat Sister Li like this? You are all evil spirits, you will suffer retribution." You deserve to be killed, all of you deserve to be killed. Chapter 15:21. The police who were escorting the couple immediately used tape to seal their mouths. It was obvious that the couple had been severely brainwashed. Unable to speak, the couple jumped up and struggled, their throats emitting angry cries. Their son still had to come back to marry his wife, and they still had to hold their grandchildren. Fu Hui's parents would not obediently follow the police when their family's matter had not been completed. Fortunately, their mouths were sealed with tape. Otherwise, who knew what kind of nasty words they would have scolded? Not only Fu Hui's parents, but all the villagers in the mountain village were like that. When they saw Li Yi dragging her limp legs, all of them were very angry. They scolded and shouted, treating the police as evil spirits. They shouted that it was right to beat and kill them. Her home, her mountain village, her hometown, it was destroyed. The only one who was not taken away, Fu Hui, stood in her own yard. Her tears had not stopped since the moment her parents were taken away. They kept flowing, as if she wanted to dry up her tears for the rest of her life. There were more than 30 households in the village, with a total of more than 170 people. The young ones were outside recruiting believers, helping Li Yi and Chan Jiafu accumulate money crazily. They instigated believers to give up production and sell their property, and all the money they exchanged for was given to Chan Jiafu. The middle-aged and elderly stayed at home, praying every day. This time they were arrested and the team was like a long dragon. Unfortunately, not many were obedient. A few middle-aged women in the village, who were already powerful, simply refused to leave. They cried and shouted that someone had destroyed their family, and could not bear to see their family live a good life. They could even say things like betrayal. They were so noisy, and all the police involved in the operation did not have much patience. Fine, you don't want to leave, right? If you don't want to leave, then drag them away. You still don't want to leave, right? They don't mind using the same method to kill their brothers in the past. It was funny. Feeling threatened, they immediately accused the police of not treating civilians like this. Civilians? Civilians lived a 9-to-5 life and lived a law-abiding life. They were not like them. Li Yi, who was the last to leave, heard the villagers fighting for justice for her, and she wanted to escape. If she could incite civil unrest, could she wait for an opportunity to escape? She was dreaming. As one of the main criminals, only the death penalty awaited her. Cry well tonight. When the sun rises tomorrow, Fu Hui, you have to start walking your original path again. Yi Qian handed her a wet towel and said softly, "This is the life you want to live. You won't be nervous, afraid, hesitant, or uneasy anymore. Your parents broke the law and hurt several families. The punishment is also an explanation for the families they hurt." Behind him, the one-story red brick house that was built less than 2 years ago only had one light on in the lobby. Without the laughter of the past, the whole house seemed particularly cold. Fu Hui looked back at her home. After a while she nodded. "I still have a lot of things to do. I have to pull myself together. Thank you, Yi Qian. Thank you for helping me." "No, we should be the ones thanking you." Yi Qian gazed deeply at the strong girl. "There are still countless families who would like to thank you. Fu Hui, your phone call has saved countless families. You have done a great deed that benefits the country and the people." Chapter 15:22. Fu Hui smiled. Even though she wasn't good-looking, her eyes were filled with sunshine. It was the kind of sunshine that made people see hope. Fu Hui had a pair of bright eyes and a kind conscience. A girl like her was really beautiful. "I'll send you off with the Guilin police." Looking at the bright light in her eyes, Yi Qian's smile deepened. Fu Hui would definitely stand up again and walk her own path. Fu Hui did as she was told. She turned around and went home to take out a luggage bag that she had already packed. Her thin figure walked out from the shadows with a tenacity that would not be easily defeated. Half an hour later, the Guilin police were still cleaning up the small mountain village. The T6 combatant, who was dressed in a combat uniform, came over to report. When he saw his comrade, he chuckled and strode closer. "It's done. I even followed them for a while." The Chun brothers know one of the reporters. "You don't say, that reporter speaks very fluent Chinese. He even has a northeastern accent to him. It's clear that he usually operates in the north." As he spoke, he said to Yi Qian, I've memorized his appearance. I'll have you draw it later. When the time comes, we'll submit it together with the report. Every time a mission was completed, a report was essential. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were not afraid of going to the battlefield, but they were afraid of writing a report. They could not fill in the blanks, could not exaggerate, and had to speak less nonsense. But they had to go into detail about the important points. They were so worried that they had to pull out a few handfuls of hair every time. There were even small leaves on his helmet that moved as he spoke. Yi Qian laughed and joked. You're really trying your best just to add one more page to the report. Oh, you know us well. The T6 combatant laughed and looked at Yi Qian with bright eyes. I think we can totally let you handle this. Girls are born to be tattletale. Xia Jinyuan stepped forward to defend his girlfriend. She's just assisting and still has to go back to school. She doesn't have time to deal with you. He turned to Yi Qian and whispered, Ignore him. If this happens once, there'll be a second time. The two of you separate a little. As the T6 combatant spoke, he squeezed himself between the two of them and stood properly. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he said calmly, All right, let's continue. K7 did not understand what was going on. When he saw T6's expression clearly, K7 moved away indifferently. He understood. The T6 combatant was jealous that someone was standing in a pair in front of a single person like him. Fortunately, it didn't affect him. There was no way Xia Jinyuan would let the T6 combatant have his way. He took a step back with his slender legs, then another, and instantly moved from Yi Qian's left to his right. Go away. I still have something important to discuss with Yi Qian. That was why it was so convenient to find a like-minded girlfriend who could carry out missions with him. At the end of the mission, he could even have a casual conversation. The T6 combatant, who had failed to stop the T6 combatant, felt sad. He still had not found a girlfriend. Although Jessen looked carefree, she was actually not easy to deal with. As Yi Qian's good friend, how could it be so easy to woo her? Pigeon and White Crane came over and searched Chan Jiafu's house. Other than finding a large amount of cash, they did not find a single bullet. Fake news deliberately released to confuse the Noble Lin police. White Crane smiled at Yi Qian in a gentle and elegant manner. They're already in the process of approving Chan Jiafu's identity. Once it's confirmed, everyone will leave the mountain village. Leave early. We'll leave together on motorcycles. The T6 combatant also did not want to spend the night in a place like this. He was unhappy and did not feel good about it. Chapter 1523. At that time they had asked for the military's help because they knew that the main culprit had a weapon provided by a foreign country. Now that they didn't, the military's Snowfield Brigade teammates could naturally leave. They marched very quickly. By the time the Guilin police had all evacuated from the mountain village, Yi Qian and the rest had already walked more than 11 kilometers. However, they were still 30 kilometers away from the place where they hid their motorcycles. A normal person would need 5 to 6 hours to walk, but they would need 4 hours. They would arrive at their destination at 3 in the morning. The Guilin police also needed to walk, but their speed was not fast enough. In addition, the villagers were not cooperative and deliberately stopped along the way. It would take them 7 to 8 hours to walk dozens of kilometers. Li Yi was dragged along the entire time. The police knew her identity, so they wouldn't let her have a good time. The mountain road was not easy to walk on. Li Yi was dragged all the way until she screamed and almost fainted from the pain. In the end, she screamed until her voice was hoarse, but the police didn't sympathize with her. Fu Hui, the village girl who accompanied them, had already told them countless things about Li Yi. Every time she said something, the eyes of the unyielding police turned red. Abuse, humiliation, imprisonment, hanging and beating, feeding dog food, eating rotten rice. These were all used by Li Yi to deal with the girls who had been abducted. Some of the girls didn't make it and left just like that. Some of the girls were tortured and finally died in pain. Some of the girls had diseases that couldn't be treated and were still suffering. There were also girls who were forced by Li Yi to hit the wall. It was tragic. Li Yi knew that she didn't have long to live. Previously, when she heard Fu Hui talk about her, she still had the strength to be angry. Now she didn't dare to think about what was waiting for her. Li Yi, who looked defeated, no longer had any hope. When she knew that Chan Jiafu was also arrested, Li Yi instantly withered. Later, during the preliminary trial, she would answer whatever the police asked. Death penalty, it must be the death penalty. Not even a reprieve. Soon Li Yi's crimes were collected and organized. A 36-page document was sent to the Director General. The Director General was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. You're not allowed to apply for a defense lawyer. No visitors are allowed. Detain her alone and interrogate her alone. This was only the preliminary trial. This was only the preliminary trial. If he probed deeper, he would unearth even more things. At this time, Yi Qian had already returned to the military academy. Tomorrow, she would have to return to the classroom and become a military academy student who was still receiving education and training. Captain Xia, I can go in alone. For the third time, Yi Qian reached out to take the luggage from Xia Jinyun. He said helplessly, I have classes tomorrow, so I have to return to school before 6 p.m. You can't let me be late, right? Yi Qian was sitting in a suburban park about 5 kilometers away from the University of Science and Technology of China. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Xia Jinyuan refused to let go. Seeing his girlfriend rush back to school without any reluctance, the young major felt a little sad. It's still early. We'll take a taxi at 5 and arrive at the school gate at 5:30. There's still half an hour to go back to the dormitory. Faced with his meticulous planning, Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. With a smile in his dark eyes, he looked at the major who obviously had a motive. He raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, Tell me, what do you want me to do? Smart. The major, who couldn't bear to see his girlfriend leave, smiled elegantly. Then, he bent down and his handsome face slowly came closer. Kiss me for 3 minutes and leave immediately. Kiss for 3 minutes. Chapter 1524. Yi Qian really didn't understand how he could be so frank about these intimate words. That's right, he was frank. He said he wanted to kiss her for 3 minutes, so he meant it. He told her very clearly what his intentions were. He told her seriously, clearly, and directly. Just like Xia Jinyuan, he would make a move when it was time. He would never wait. It was the holidays, so there were many tourists in the southern suburb park. There were many children flying kites on the lawn in front of the park. The adults were sitting in groups of 3 or 5, playing cards, chatting, and some were lying in the shade to bask in the sun. She looked around and was about to say something when Major Xia, who was tall and slender, smiled slowly. I've wanted to do something since last night, but I only said it tonight. Little fox, it took me a lot of courage to say it. Do you have the heart to reject me? Oh, I do have the heart to reject him, Yi Qian thought to herself. She looked up from his lean waist to the second button of his white shirt. It was not properly buttoned and was casually unbuttoned, revealing his sexy collarbone. Her heartbeat seemed to quicken slightly. She looked up and saw his Adam's apple moving up and down. His breathing seemed to be a little irregular. Xia Jinyuan was full of temptation in his military uniform. With his shirt on, he was obviously elegant and noble, but it made people's eyes linger on him even more. It was an abstinent temptation. Yi Qian exhaled softly. Then her gaze fell on the handsome face that she could never get tired of looking at. She saw his serious expression and also his faint anticipation. One of them was studying while the other was protecting the country. It was rare for them to get together even once in a few months. Last night, he and the others were all there. In order to finish the report as soon as possible, everyone gathered together and worked hard to write the report. Meanwhile, she drew the faces of the Western reporters that T6 had seen and discussed with T6. After several revisions, she finally finished 4 drawings. When she went back to her room to sleep, Captain Xia and the others were still writing the report. Although they had been together for a few hours, they weren't alone. Now that she saw the hidden anticipation in his eyes, Yi Qian, who wanted to reject him, couldn't bear to. There are too many people here. Yi Qian spoke very softly. When she finished speaking, her ears were burning red. She could not bring herself to kiss him in public. Intimacy was a private matter between the two of them. It would be too embarrassing if others saw it. Xia Jinyuan smiled. He knew that there were many people here, so he would not choose to kiss little fox here. Yi Qian found it hard to breathe when he saw his eyes light up. She glanced left and right with the corner of her eyes. Pursing her lips, she began to discuss in a low voice. There are people all around us, and there are people who keep looking in our direction. How about next time? He started to learn how to keep accounts. Fortunately, he was familiar with the South Suburb Park. It was easy for him to find a secluded place. His girlfriend was shy and didn't like to be looked at by others. Similarly, he didn't like to be looked at by others. It was better for the two of them to have a deep conversation in private. Hailing from an aristocratic family, the cautious Major Xia was not as unrestrained as the other young masters in the capital. He had always abided by self-discipline. We can change to another place, a place where we won't be seen. Major Xia, who had thought about it the entire night, would not let go of his girlfriend so easily. 3 minutes was too little. Yi Qian was stunned. She felt that he had already made arrangements and was just waiting for her to agree. He was already holding her hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. Chapter 1525. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Captain Xia, you must have planned this from the start. Ever since he was 14 years old, Yi Qian had been competing with him in a battle of wits and courage. He realized that it was too difficult to win against him. They pestered me too much last night. I tried to get up several times last night, but the T6 combatant blocked me. At that time, I really wanted to knock him out and lock him in the bathroom. Speaking of last night's incident, Major Xia was still gritting his teeth. His life was gloomy because he didn't have a good relationship with his comrades. Why did the T6 combatant block him? It was all because he didn't have a girlfriend. He said that he wanted his beloved comrade to accompany him through the long night. Captain Xia had a deep relationship with his comrade. Although he said those harsh words, there was a slight smile on his handsome face. It was obvious that he wasn't really angry. They walked from the bottom of the grassy slope all the way to the top, then went around the camphor forest. Major Xia, who was familiar with the path, brought his girlfriend to a slope where there was no one around. His slender fingers couldn't help but caress her fair and slender hand. He lowered his dark eyes and gazed deeply at her. There's no one here. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Qian's heart raced even faster. Even his heart was trembling. He slowly raised his head and met a pair of deep, dark eyes. There was a deep meaning in those eyes that made his heart burn and panic. 3 minutes. You'll keep track of the time. A second more is no less, okay? He slowly closed the distance between them, which was originally an arm's length. Looking at him, Yi Qian was thrown into his arms by his strength. She could feel his strong heartbeat. It was his heartbeat, a heartbeat that made her feel exceptionally at ease. His hand that was holding her changed into an embrace around her waist. His palm was so hot that her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was also beating very fast, each beat vibrating her eardrums. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a comfortable and satisfied smile. She closed her eyes and reached out to wrap her arms around his muscular waist. This was really good. Leaning on him, she could truly feel his love. This was really, really good. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that only the two of them existed between heaven and earth. Yi Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. She gently rubbed her cheek against his chest. After finding the most comfortable position, she didn't want to move. Let's stay like this until the end of time. It's kissing time. Raise your head. A gentle voice came from above. Yi Qian, who didn't want to leave his chest, shook his head to indicate that he didn't want to do anything for the time being. Her coquettish behavior made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. She must be acting coquettishly in front of him. The expression in his deep eyes became increasingly gentle, like the sunlight jumping on a leaf, so warm that it made one want to pluck it and hide it deep in the heart. Xia Jinyuan said in a low and magnetic voice. He tightened his arms around his girlfriend who was acting coquettishly. You don't want to? Are you going back on your word? He hugged her very tightly, so tightly that her upper body seemed to be rubbed into his embrace. Yi Qian continued to shake his head, and pursed his lips into a smile. Regret? No. She just wanted to tease him for a bit. Her continuous actions not only made him feel coquettish, but also a little flirtatious. Major Xia, who had always been calm in his embrace, felt a little restless at this moment. She kept snuggling into his embrace. Sighing softly, Major Xia, who had already begun to react, moved closer to Yi Jian's ear. His voice was low and soft, yet sexy and hoarse. When you graduate from university, you have to be a professional firefighter. Chapter 1526. Yi Qian didn't quite understand what he was saying. She lifted her head from his embrace and blinked. How did this have anything to do with a professional firefighter? What an innocent little fox. She didn't know anything, but she was always able to seduce him. Not knowing anything was the real definition of seduction. His handsome chin rubbed against her ear. His breath carried his unique coolness as it sprayed by her ear. Then he said something that sounded like an adult. Yi Qian was stunned. She was stunned for a few seconds. Yes, this time his girlfriend understood. His thin lips curved upwards. His warm lips brushed against her earlobe. He wanted to say more, but Yi Qian's body trembled in his embrace. She withdrew her hands from his waist as if she had been electrocuted. How would she know that this was called seduction? She hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he reminded her, Yi Qian finally felt the change in him. Just like the last time when they rolled in the bushes, she clearly knew that his body had reacted. However, she was still in high school at that time, so she believed that he wouldn't do anything else. But now she was older. She was 18 years old and considered an adult. What if? Yi Qian, who had never experienced such things in her 2 lifetimes, panicked. In the past, he had said things that made her blush. Although he did mean it, he had said it tactfully and vaguely. As long as she didn't expose him, she would be fine. But today he had said it so blatantly. He had even said the word hard. Yi Qian felt that she was burning from the bottom of her feet all the way to her face. It burned until she suddenly opened her mouth. When she came back to her senses, Yi Qian realized that she had already bitten down on his chest. She had bitten down on the exact spot. This time she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. How could she have bitten down on the exact spot on his chest? So impatient? No, you're deliberately seducing me. I have to stay calm. He spoke softly with a smile, but the pair of hands around her slender waist was like a heated iron pincer. They burned Yi Qian's skin until it was boiling hot. It was easy to say, but the spot on his chest had never been used by the opposite sex. The stimulation it received was extraordinary. It's time to let go, little fox. He had received a lot of training to resist temptation, but it had never worked in front of her. His body always reacted honestly, and he had no way to control it at all. As for the self-control that he was so proud of, it was not worth mentioning. At this moment, his body had already sincerely expressed how poor his self-control was. Fortunately, he was still able to restrain himself from further actions. Yi Qian quickly turned his head away, not daring to look anymore. What should she do? She really wanted to run. Even if she wanted to escape, she would have to see if Xia Jinyuan would allow it. With the right time, the right place, and the right people, how could he let her escape? Xia Jinyuan, who had seen through her thoughts, did not give his girlfriend a chance. He moved his hands away from her slender and soft waist and slowly held her face. His slender fingers gently stroked her face. When he lowered his head, he could smell a fragrance that calmed him down. That was the pleasant fragrance coming from the little fox's body. It could evoke a man's most primal possessiveness. Yi Qian had already closed her eyes and felt the warmth of his fingers. After years of training, his rough fingers caressed her, causing her eyelashes to tremble slightly. She closed her eyes just like that and allowed him to caress her. Her beautiful face only showed her complete trust in him. She was not afraid that he would have any bad intentions, nor was she worried that she would be hurt. She trusted him wholeheartedly just like that. Chapter 1527. Xia Jinyuan's heart melted. This was his most beloved lover, his closest comrade. His dark eyes were half closed, and the tip of his handsome nose gently rubbed against hers. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yi Qian. His soft murmur was enough to express his deep affection for her. It was so gentle that Yi Qian felt as if she had fallen into a thick cotton ball. It was so soft that she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to welcome his kiss. Her cheeks were hot, but her heart was filled with joy. Kissing made people dizzy and made it difficult to breathe. She didn't know when her hands, which had been loosened, had once again wrapped around his waist. She hugged him tightly and slowly grasped the back of his shirt. Xia Jinyuan's kiss was very gentle, neither slow nor slow, and extremely patient. It was like when he was in battle. He used a silent and penetrating battle tactic to plunder the city. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian, who was trembling from the kiss, clutched his shirt tightly and leaned into his arms as if she was about to collapse. She let him lead her and felt the charm of the kiss. It was fragrant, intoxicating, and difficult to control. 3 minutes of kissing was a little long, but it satisfied Xia Jinyuan's little desire and relieved the discomfort in his body. Once the two of them, who were always separated, got intimate, it was like lava erupting from a volcano. Xia Jinyuan's hands tightened around her waist, deeply and deeply enjoying their time together. Yi Qian responded to him. Every time he couldn't help but call her name, she would get closer to him and let him feel her response. She loosened her grip on his shirt and climbed onto his shoulder. He kissed so deeply that Yi Qian imitated him and kissed him back. No one disturbed them on the grassy slope, leaving a large space for the intimate lovers. Birds chirped in the treetops, then suddenly flapped their wings and flew away quickly. Someone came and it was almost 3 minutes. Time's up. Time's up, it's time to stop. Yi Qian, whose tongue was still in his mouth, reminded him in a muffled voice. She had no choice. She was fully immersed in the kiss, so she knew how long the 3 minutes had passed. Xia Jinyuan wondered if he was still not good enough to kiss his girlfriend. His girlfriend actually had the leisure to count the time. He had to admit that he was a little shocked. Xia Jinyuan, who was comforted, suppressed the restlessness that had invaded his eyes. His bright and dazzling black eyes stared at Yi Jian, who still had her eyes closed. Her red lips were so red that they looked like they were about to drip, full of temptation to take another bite of the forbidden fruit. Xia Jinyuan, who was a man of action, lowered his head again and gently pecked her red lips. He let his lips touch the warmth of her red lips to relieve his thirst. Next time I'll ask for 6 minutes. Adhering to the spirit of seeking truth from facts as a soldier, the restlessness in his body had not yet calmed down. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it because you haven't done it for a long time and have regressed? Oh, otherwise, how can you keep track of the time so accurately? I can't even extend it," he said with a low chuckle. His voice was hoarse and full of the restlessness of a normal man. If they really kissed, Yi Qian's heart would open up a lot. She didn't feel shy anymore. It was clear that this kind of thing was new to her the first time, and she would get used to it after a few more times. There was also a young couple coming over. They came out of the forest and saw someone in front of them. They were obviously stunned. Chapter 1528. Yi Qian smiled at them, then turned to Xia Jinyuan and said, "We have to give up our seats. Come earlier next time to reserve a seat." The major, who had calmed down, calmly picked up his luggage, but naturally held his girlfriend's hand and walked down the grassy slope. Behind them, the little girl was stunned. "Wow, that guy is so handsome." "The girl is prettier," the little boy said quickly. Then the little girl was unhappy, and the little boy had no choice but to lower his head and apologize, trying to make his girlfriend happy. Their love could be squandered, and they could argue over small things without any scruples. This kind of love was close to life, plain and sweet, and their love would not lack speed and passion. Perhaps the next time they met, they would be facing artillery fire, bullets whizzing past their ears. He would say, "Cover, advance," and she would say, "Clean up." Love on the battlefield, love in the flames of war, was soul-stirring and had no regrets. The sun began to set in the west. This time, Yi Qian did not let him watch her leave. She took the luggage and smiled at him. "Captain Xia, I want to watch you leave." Xia Jinyuan helped her change into the student uniform and buckled the collar that represented her identity as a student. "Okay, you can send me off." She did not refuse. It was either him sending her off or she sending him off. His back was tall and stalwart in the sun, and he had the majesty of a soldier as he walked. She kept staring at him, unable to look away for a long time. Xia Jinyuan needed to go to the southernmost sea of China. He would meet up with the Devil King, Li Jinian, and start preparing for the international competition next year. He left in a taxi and waved goodbye to the slender figure still standing at the school gate. See you next time. See you next time. Yi Qian waved back and also mouthed back. Next time they would meet again. After entering the school, Yi Qian, who had successfully completed his mission, immersed himself in his studies. After completing her professional courses, she began a simple but not boring military school life. A week later, she received a call from the military headquarters, telling her that she had made another contribution. Fu Hui has been arranged to study in the city. The school has waived her tuition fees and a company will sponsor her until she graduates from university. Major General Liu briefly explained what had happened so that Yi Qian, who was concerned about Fu Hui's future, could rest assured. He was indeed relieved. A kind and righteous girl must have a good ending. Chan Jiafu, Li Yi, and the villagers who participated in the killing of the police were sentenced to death. Among them was Fu Hui's father, because he used a mountain axe to participate in the dismemberment. As for Chan Jiakong and his brother, Chan Jiaxing, who had fled abroad, they thought that everything was fine. Little did they know that they had been closely monitored by our country. Once the diplomatic operation was launched, their lives would also come to an end. Yi Qian did not ask about the arrangements in the Great Hall. Captain Xia had reminded her that as a soldier, she only needed to listen to orders. She should not stand up when she was not allowed to speak. She should not question any decisions made by the higher-ups. Obeying orders and following orders was a discipline that a soldier must abide by. Why was it said that a soldier's duty was to obey orders? That was because this duty was the belief and the purpose of the army. She thought that the Major General was only contacting her because of Fu Hui, but she didn't know that there was another important matter waiting for her. The Major General's smiling tone gradually became serious. He only coughed lightly. Yi Jian, who was holding the topic, stood at attention reflexively and waited for the Major General to speak. Chapter 1529. Yi Qian could vaguely guess what the general was going to say to her. Xia Jinyuan had mentioned this to her when she left the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team during the summer vacation. She calculated the time he mentioned and realized it was about this time. Next year, there will be a competition between our country and the Western countries. This will be the first time our country will send special forces to participate in the competition. Yi Qian, you will be one of the female special forces soldiers and fight for the glory of our country alongside the male soldiers. The Major General was indeed talking about this matter. His words confirmed that Yi Qian would definitely participate in the competition. Her name was on the list and would not be changed. The Major General had a lot of confidence in Yi Qian. Otherwise, he would not let a military academy student participate in such an important competition. Do you have the confidence to fight for the glory of our country? To return victorious? Faced with the Major General's question, Yi Qian stood upright like a pine tree in the snow. She slowly replied word by word, I will not disappoint you. Good. I admire your fearless personality. Next, Yi Qian, you will work harder than the male soldiers and you will have to sacrifice more. The Major General laughed heartily. This girl's personality was still the same as when he first met her. Her heart had never changed and she was always moving towards her goal. Such a talent, such a female soldier as a soldier, how could he bear to let her remain silent? It would only better develop her potential, allowing her to walk step by step steadily to the peak and become the most dazzling star in the army. It would guide the younger generation soldiers to bravely move forward like her, wear the military uniform, hold the steel spear in their hands, and protect their home and country. They would not let this life down. Yi Qian yearned for training and improvement. At the same time, she did not want to fall behind in her studies. However, from the Major General's words, it seemed that she would need to take time off for training. Then, she would definitely fall behind in her studies. This was something she did not want. She asked, Major General, do the military and the school have any plans for my studies? After all, she was still a student. Her studies could not be completely separated from her life. She wanted to know how the military and the school would communicate. Don't worry about that. The military will have a plan for your studies. The Major General laughed even louder. The girl had always been looking for room for improvement. She never wanted one thing to cause another to fall behind. Her ambition had always been big. Studies were naturally important for a military academy student. That was why she would have to work harder than the male soldiers. With the Major General's words, Yi Qian felt relieved and hung up to wait for her to leave to do so again. The school's initial reaction to the military's arrangements was only to say one word. Isn't this nonsense? Let a student leave to participate to train for a month. To train to come back to study. I can't agree to this. To be to the school. To be to make. The principal and the dean, who were sitting at the top, looked at each other. The principal bent his hands and placed them flat on the conference table. His fingers lightly tapped on the table. The teachers and instructors who were originally against the idea all quieted down. They sat up straight and turned their heads to look at the dean. This is an order from the military. The school can only obey and cooperate. The dean and I have studied Yi Qian's results for 2 nights. We also investigated her movements in the school during this period. 24 hours a day, the classroom, the training field, and the library took up 17 hours of her time. Chapter 1530. Furthermore, her arrangements are very scientific and reasonable. She made good use of her time and effectively increased her efficiency. Through analysis and observation, the dean and I have agreed that Yi Qian will leave the school on December 12. He will be away for a total of 45 days. The teacher quickly calculated the time and realized that he would be back 3 days before the midterm exam. Dean, I would like to ask about the arrangements for her midterm comprehensive exam. By the time she returns 3 days before the exam, the comprehensive physical exam will have already ended, and all the students will be in the final revision phase. It is very likely that she will not be able to keep up with the progress of the other students. I agree with what Instructor Du said. This is her first semester's comprehensive physical exam. If she makes a mistake, it will affect her future postgraduate, doctorate, and evaluation. Dean, I still want Yi Qian to be the outstanding student of the 99th batch. The military's arrangements make me feel uneasy. The teachers considered the results of the professional courses, and the instructors considered the physical exam results. It was clear how much importance they placed on Yi Qian. The dean turned sideways and faced the instructors and teachers who were participating in the discussion. Everyone, it's like this. The military has considered all the issues that you have mentioned. Therefore, the professional courses that Yi Qian will be away for a month will need to be divided by the teachers and instructors. The focus of the final exam will also need to be emphasized by the instructors. The training Yi Qian will be away for this time is not normal training. It will affect the reputation of our military internationally. Everyone knows that our country has just held a grand celebration, but you must not know that our student Yi Qian will be secretly accompanying the celebration as a soldier to protect the safety of our country's leaders. This was not a secret. After graduation, all the contributions that Yi Qian had made during the school term would be printed on his personal graduation information. Furthermore, during the live broadcast of the celebration, Yi Qian was in the camera for 3 seconds. Those who were familiar with Yi Qian would have noticed. Because she had only been in the school for a month, although the teachers and instructors had a deep impression of her, they did not notice Yi Qian in the camera for 3 seconds. Everyone, you can go back and watch the celebration. Yi Qian is in the camera for 3 seconds. When she realized that the camera was pointing at her, she reacted quickly and avoided it. Otherwise, there would be at least 10 seconds of footage. The dean had to look around again to see his student. When they found out that their students had been sent to protect the country's leaders as soon as they entered the school, the clerical teachers and instructors were quite surprised. They had all watched the grand celebration, but they did not see Yi Qian. He had to take a look tonight. As teachers, instructors, how could they not know about such an important matter? Wasn't this a little too low-key? Taking in the expressions of everyone present, the dean smiled and continued. In other words, our student Yi Qian is valued by the leaders and the military. They need the school's cooperation to allow her to leave the school to complete this important training. As for why he left the school for training, I'm sorry, but this is confidential. Neither the principal nor I know. However, the military has already considered all of your concerns and has come up with a countermeasure. In other words, Yi Qian's departure from school for training will not affect her professional classes and physical training. Whatever the students learn in school, Yi Qian will learn the same thing even if she leaves school for training. It will not affect her studies. It was just that it would be very difficult for the individual. However, as a soldier, one could not be afraid of hardship and fatigue. No matter how difficult it was, one had to overcome it. Hardship was nothing. In the end, the only one who would benefit would always be oneself. Chapter 1531. The teachers and instructors all fell silent. After that, one of the instructors in charge of the students' physical fitness said with a sigh, "Military academy students have 3 major nightmares: housekeeping, formation, and physical fitness. Every freshman will be tortured for at least 2 months. And from the looks of it, Yi Qian is no different from an old soldier. Let's take folding blankets as an example. Even now, freshmen can't fold a square block of tofu to a standard. The corners and corners don't even have a shape." On Yi Qian's first day at school, she was the only one in the class who met the standards for housekeeping. The housekeeping team was very surprised, so they took a tape measure. Good Lord, 65 centimeters in length and width, 15 centimeters in height, not an inch more and not an inch less. That's the exact number. The surface of the blanket was so flat that, in the words of her classmates, a drop of water would make the water slide down. The blankets freshly received by freshmen were so new that they still had the smell of storage. It was soft and smooth to the touch, and definitely comfortable to cover. But to fold a blanket like this into a standard block of tofu was difficult. Everyone sitting in the meeting room knew that every year when new students entered the school, the first problem they had to overcome was folding their blankets. Even those students whose family members were in the military or whose parents were soldiers had to go through this experience when they entered the school. There were also some who could fold it well after a few days, but Yi Qian, who folded it so neatly the moment she entered school, was still rare. Even if they were mostly boys. A single housekeeping incident was enough to make people remember Yi Qian. Although Yi Qian is a freshman, her housekeeping and formation are exemplary. During training, if I'm not around, she can become an assistant instructor and guide students who don't meet the standards. Since the military has already made arrangements, I believe that she won't have any problems with the comprehensive physical fitness test. The instructor in charge of the physical fitness test was no longer worried. The teacher in charge of the specialized course said, "Student Yi Qian has always been very hardworking. As long as she has free time, even if it's only half an hour, she will study hard. I've observed her studies for half a month, and I've also seen her study schedule. During the summer, the school wakes up at 5:30, while she wakes up at 4:50, and spends half an hour studying different languages. During the winter, the school wakes up at 6 o'clock, while she wakes up at 5 o'clock and spends an hour studying. Every day, I've never fallen behind." During the week, he appeared in the school library and the public computer room. His waking time and bedtime were the same as usual. There was no difference at all. Not only was he talented and intelligent, but he was also very hardworking. Even though his overall grades were above the rest of the year, he had never once slacked off on himself. Day after day, there had never been a change in his perseverance. For such students, even if they hadn't graduated yet, they could already see a bright future ahead of them. As expected, they were all chosen to secretly protect the country's leaders during the celebration. The teachers and instructors in the conference room didn't even have the chance to accompany the country's leaders. Smart, hardworking, and knowledgeable. The corner of the teacher's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Such a student was hard to come by. After discussing this matter, there were no more doubts. The matter of Yi Qian leaving school for training in the middle of December was decided and would not be changed. Yi Qian didn't know that the principal had specially organized a meeting for her departure from the academy for training. Ever since she found out from the Major General that she would be away for about a month, her study schedule had become even more packed. It was so tight that it was hard for the girls in the same dorm to see her. Chapter 1532. There were only 3 girls in the class, so the whole class would know if anyone made any noise. Yi Qian was one of the top students in the class, so if she made any unusual movements, the whole class would know even faster. Freshman training was more important than studying, so every student took the time to rest after a day of training. Some students with weaker physiques who hadn't gotten used to the high-intensity training would doze off during class. Under these circumstances, Yi Qian as a girl was still able to study every day, listen carefully in class, and never doze off. From September to October, she had already conquered the whole class. Now, she was even working a night shift. Last night, all the students in the class participated in a 5 kilometers run. After the run, they were all exhausted. They returned to school at 7 p.m. and dragged their legs into the dormitory. They didn't even have the energy to shower, so they directly laid on their beds to rest. But Yi Qian didn't. After showering, she said goodbye to He Jing and Su Wan, then went into the library to study. After the 5 kilometers run in the morning, she could still study until midnight. The next morning, He Jing held her forehead and said to the boys in the class, "She's so strong-willed, we can only look up to her. You and Su Wan have worked hard." The boy Qian Yanjun looked at her with heartache and said, "Living with her, the psychological pressure is huge. The scariest thing wasn't that someone was better than you, but that someone better than you worked harder than you." He Jing nodded heavily, grabbed the books on the desk and said through gritted teeth, "I have to work hard, look at Yi Qian every day, and then motivate myself. As a military school student with great ambitions, how could she be inferior to her? You girls are so fierce, how can we boys endure it?" Qian Yanjun also grabbed the books on the desk, his eyes wide open, digesting the professional knowledge he had learned. After reading for less than 5 minutes, Qian Yanjun couldn't help but close his eyes. So tired, so sleepy, he wanted to lie on the desk and sleep for a while. It was too difficult. Yesterday's 5 kilometers run hadn't allowed him to recover his stamina, and today's morning exercise, he just wanted to sit in the classroom and have a good sleep. A few minutes ago, Qian Yanjun was still talking about how he wanted to rise up. Now his head was dizzy. He turned to look at He Jing. Good Lord, she had already fallen asleep on the table. There were 45 students in the class, and all of them had once been top students. However, entering a military academy where training was even more arduous than studying, the strain on their bodies was so great that it was very difficult for them to balance their studies with their training. He Jing and Qian Yanjun were the epitome of the entire class. The high-intensity and high-load training every day made it difficult for these straight-A students to focus on their studies. Furthermore, if you were not good at military affairs, internal affairs, or formation in the military academy, the negative impact would often be greater than the negative impact of not being able to study well. Therefore, even if the students knew that they were not able to balance their studies well, they were not worried. After all, as long as you didn't fail your subjects or take makeup exams, no one would find trouble with you. After a long time, the focus naturally shifted towards military affairs, internal affairs, formation, and physical fitness. However, Yi Qian didn't. In class, she listened attentively, took notes, and after training, she combined study and rest into one. She let study become rest, and rest become study. She never missed a single class. She always knew what her dream was, and had always worked hard to achieve it. The hard work she was going through now was all for the sake of becoming an outstanding Special Forces soldier like Xia Jinyuan. So what if she had to work a little harder now? Chapter 1533. Yi Qian was never confused or discouraged. She kept her original heart and kept moving forward steadily. She was a simple but extraordinary girl. After October, it was November. The city where the University of Science and Technology of China was located had become cold. The students were wearing slim-fit winter clothes with overcoats on the outside. They were the kind of people who walked on campus with their own style. Just looking at the back of a student would make one feel that they were incomparably handsome. The camphor leaves on the campus fell one by one. A thick layer of camphor leaves could cover the campus in one night. After walking out of the library, Yi Jian and Song Zhiqiu were discussing a major topic while walking. At this moment, Yi Jian felt a little lucky. When she had chosen her major, she had followed Xia Jinyuan's advice to give up the technical major and choose the commanding major instead. Command majors focused on military training, while technology majors focused on cultural knowledge. It seemed that technology majors were relatively easy, but that was not the case. Technology majors not only had the same physical training, but they also had a lot of academic work. In the second half of the second year, the laboratory, classroom, and training ground almost had the same amount of time. The University of Science and Technology of China was famous for its technology majors, and the school emphasized this aspect. Therefore, technology majors tended to work harder than command majors, which made it difficult for them to balance their academic work with their training. The University of Science and Technology of China was one of the best military schools. It had cultivated countless missile researchers, scientists, technology experts, and new commanding officers. It was indeed a wise move for Yi Qian to avoid technology majors. After all, her development direction was not to join the laboratory with a military rank, but to go to the front line and become a special force soldier. Yi Qian was an infantry joint training program, which meant that she had a double major in science, engineering, and military. In the first 2 years after entering the university, she would receive a unified education and basic military and political training. In the second semester, according to the needs of the military branch and the training objectives specified during enrollment, as well as her personal interests and strengths, she would choose a joint training major within the prescribed scope. Yi Qian chose Command Automation Engineering, which had 8 main courses. Again, it was Xia Jinyuan's suggestion. Her personal ability had reached the standard, but her technical level was just at the beginning. Command Automation Engineering had a strong professional content. Military operations research and information acquisition technology courses would be of great help to Yi Qian in the future. According to Yi Qian's personal ability, Xia Jinyuan carefully studied, analyzed, and discussed with Major General several times. Finally, he let Yi Qian choose Command Automation Engineering for joint training. Yi Qian chose it. Actually, she needed to spend a lot of time, but it was still less than the technology majors. Song Jiqiu's choice of course. Calm. For more than 10 days in the city. For the first time, the school did not arrange any training subjects. Instead, they gave each class a certain number of places to leave the school so that the students could go out. After the roll call last night, the class monitor Song Jiqiu announced the good news. In less than a minute, the 10 exit passes in her hand were announced. It was so fast that it was even faster than eating fast food at the end of the long training. In the blink of an eye, the 10 exit passes were gone before they even thought about what to do with the exit passes. It could be seen that the exit passes were so popular that they were hard to come by. Sometimes the class didn't even have one. Chapter 1534. Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu were talking about how many things the students would bring back. Their classmate Lu Yang walked toward them in a hurry. When he saw Yi Qian, his eyes lit up. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid of the pickets, he would have run over. He quickened his pace and said to Yi Qian in a low voice with sweat all over his forehead, "Something happened outside." Su-wen accidentally dropped the ice cream in her hand on a young man's coat. Su-wen apologized hurriedly, but she was touched by him. Su-wen was scared. Gu Jinglin came out of the supermarket with her and saw several young men dragging Su-wen into a Santana car. Then when the hot-blooded male students saw their female classmate being bullied so badly, they suppressed their anger and rushed over to drag Su-wen back. However, the young men did not let them go and beat them directly. Gu Jinglin and the others were wearing winter clothes inside and big coats outside. They did not dare to beat them too hard for fear that their military uniforms would be exposed. However, the young men thought they were scared and chased them all the way. Now they are blocked in the Seijo alley and are wondering whether they should fight. Yi Qian's face became cold. There are 10 people in total. Su-wen and He Jing are 2 girls and 8 boys. Are they all together? No. If the 10 of them fight together, they will have a chance to win. However, they are separated. So they are wondering whether they should fight or not. Lu Yang said anxiously, "If they are really beaten, they will definitely fight back. If the young men come to the school and make trouble, we students will be at a disadvantage." After being molested and almost being dragged into a car by the young men, if they really fought back, it would be self-defense. The problem now was that they did not have enough people. Song Jiqiu said immediately, "We can't alert the school. Let's go out and have a look first." After saying that, he looked at Yi Qian up and down. Suddenly he said with interest, "My cousin said you are very good at fighting. You defeated 10 people easily. As your classmate, I don't know if I can have the honor to see your heroic appearance today." The top students wouldn't have said these words in the past. To them, fighting was a distant matter. In their 12 years of education, only bad students would fight. Good students were always well-behaved and obedient. It looked like the military academies were the same as the military headquarters. They were both places that could incite the bloodlust of anyone. They, who were so weak that they could not even wring a bucket of water, had actually started to play with violence today, and played it so naturally too. The environment changed people. Every day's training stimulated the belligerence, competitiveness in the young people. Usually, they were strictly disciplined and were not allowed to take half a step out of the minefield. However, once there was an explosive point, the scholar would turn into a beast, and the hands holding the pen would turn into fists for fighting. Although they had resorted to violence, they were still rational and had not lost their minds. They knew that with just the four of them, there was no way they could win, so they could only ask their classmates for help. And the person asking for help could not be anyone else. It had to be Yi Qian. Because only Yi Qian could get an exit permit from the instructor. Lu Yang was stunned. When Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu walked to the teacher's office together, he came to himself and followed them. "Comrades, do you mean to go and fight together? How can we do that? If the school knows about this, all of us will be punished." Calm down, you must calm down. We can report the actual situation to the teacher, and let the teacher deal with it. Isn't it better? It was a typical way of dealing with the situation. Chapter 1535. Song Jiqiu patted the good student's shoulder and said, "Comrade, we've been in the school for more than 40 days. Don't you feel suffocated? Don't you need to go out to vent your anger? Now there is a good reason for you to go out to vent your anger. Do you have the heart to refuse?" That was right. The three of them went out to pick up their comrade. If the other side refused to let them go and force them to defend themselves, they had no choice but to take action. Their reason was upright enough. Moreover, they were bold enough to drag the female students of the military school into the car. Obviously, their motives were not pure. They dared to rob people in the hall, which was extremely bad. In order to protect their comrade, they had no choice but to take action. How could the school punish them? Lu Yang was interested. He even proposed to take more students who were good at fighting to the other side. "Okay, there are already 10 people outside. Including the three of us, it's enough. If we take more people with us, we'll go out to have a gang fight. It's a fundamental change." Song Jiqiu explained. It could be seen that this was a good student who was brave and resourceful. He had fought many times before, but he was always wise enough to protect himself. Lu Yang was enlightened. Although they were going out to have a gang fight, they should let the school know that their intention was to solve it peacefully. Since Yi Qian went out, the instructor only asked a few questions about the reason for going out. Yi Qian did not hide anything and told the whole story. The instructor then gave the 3 exit permits to Yi Qian and said, "If you have any problems, solve them outside. Don't leave any traces behind." They were so arrogant. They wanted to have sex with the female students of the military school and drag them into the car. If they did not show some toughness and let these young people know the consequences, they would really think that they were so powerful that they could do whatever they wanted. Lu Yang looked at the 3 exit permits, which were impossible to get in normal times, and his eyes almost popped out. Damn it. It was so easy. This is called the art of speaking. You can catch the main point. Learn more in the future. Song Jiqiu also learned something from Yi Jian. Yi Jian grasped the key points first and explained the matter with a rather serious expression and tone. Then she changed into an anxious and unsteady tone to express her purpose of coming here. At the same time, she did not forget to tell the instructor that she would handle the matter properly. It had to be said that Yi Qian was intelligent. Even his words were full of wisdom. The 3 of them could leave the school as soon as they had the leave slip. However, in order to prevent their identities from being exposed, the 3 of them returned to the dormitory as quickly as possible and changed into casual clothes. 5 minutes later, they left the school together. Sizhou Alley was a famous food street in the city. In the past, there were several exits. However, due to the city's renovation in October this year, Sizhou Alley was listed as a key renovation project. The food street was temporarily closed, and there was only one exit. Gu Jinglin, Su Wan, and the other 3 students who were unfamiliar with the city rushed in, only to find that the road was blocked. Motherfucker, search carefully. I don't believe you can ascend to the heavens. Outside the engineering support frame, several young gangsters walked over with steel pipes in their hands. They were yelling in an extremely arrogant manner. Gu Jinglin did a head count of the number of people on the other side. His expression did not look too good. When he could no longer hear the footsteps, he whispered, "There are 23 of them. We only have 4 people left. We have no chance of winning at all. We can only wait for Yi Qian and the others to arrive." Since they were outnumbered, they could only rely on hiding to buy time and wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, they had found a place to hide. Otherwise, if they ran into them, they would definitely beat them without hesitation. Facing the steel pipes in their hands with bare hands, Gu Jinglin felt his teeth ache at the thought of it. Maybe he would be beaten until his bones were fractured. Chapter 1536. The two of them had no way of sneaking out, so they purposely ran into Sijou Alley, thinking that they would be able to get rid of those gangsters quickly. Little did they know that Sijou Alley had started to be renovated after they had not gone out for more than 40 days. Fortunately, there was a construction site here. Wu Bingcheng directly snuck into the construction site office and called the school. Otherwise, they would not be able to make it back to school on time. The exit permit only lasted for 5 hours, and now more than 3 hours had passed. Su Wen looked at the time and felt a little anxious. What should we do? It's almost time to enter the school. Will we be late? Although Su Wen's father was in the military, she had always been carefully taken care of by her family. Although she was not arrogant, she was a well-protected and delicate girl. One must know that her father had forced her to enter the military school in order to get rid of her arrogance. Her family was well off, and she had received a good education from a young age. From kindergarten to high school, she had attended a famous school in Beijing. Although her classmates had bumped into each other and fought with each other, Su Wen had never been in a fight before, let alone encountered something like today. If the male students in her class had not appeared in time, Su Wen might have really been dragged into the car. Now that she thought about the previous scene, Su Wen's calves were still trembling. However, if it had been in the past, she would have been scared to tears. She would not be able to calmly think about whether her classmates would be late. However, Wu Bingcheng shook his head. No, the reason why I asked Lu Yang to call Yi Qian out is because I know that Yi Qian is a very punctual person. She will not let us be late. You don't have to worry about that. Dabing, guard your back. Don't get ambushed. He also reminded the other male student, Yuan Dabing. His words made the other 3 people sigh in relief. Indeed, Yi Qian would definitely watch the time carefully, and not let them be late. Now they did not know how many people she would bring out. 5 should be possible, but 10 was unlikely. There were a total of 45 people in the class and 10 people had already come out. If 10 more people came out, almost half of the class would come out. It was impossible. 5, there should be 5. But before Yi Qian arrived, the 4 of them had to be careful and hide. They had been military academy students for a few months since the summer break, so they more or less knew a little about tactics. The 4 of them arranged for Gu Jinglin and Wu Bingcheng to watch the front while Yuan Dabing watched the back. As for Su Wen, she was temporarily allowed to rest. Just now, when she was pulled back from the gangster's hands, her small face was pale. It was obvious that she was scared to death. Outside, more than 20 hooligans were holding steel pipes and intentionally banging on the ground in the alleyway, making ping 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 sounds everywhere. The arrogant words coming out of their mouths never stopped. They knew that the person was in Sijou Alley. Although they hadn't found him yet, they would definitely come here. They would block the entrance and exit. Let's see how long they could hide. How dare they embarrass me? I'll beat them to death. To them, fighting was a common occurrence. Today, they had lost face in front of their brothers. If they didn't get back at them, how were they going to survive? Fighting was their favorite method, but they were all cowards. They didn't dare to come out and fight alone. They loved to call a group of people, thinking that they were aggressive and very impressive. Actually, to put it bluntly, it was all for the sake of their face. Gu Jinglin and the others pulled Su Wen and ran, making the hooligans think that the other party was easy to bully. Being slapped in the face by someone easy to bully was even more embarrassing. If they didn't get back at them, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. Chapter 1537. For the gangsters, their reputation was more important than their lives. Sijou Alley was not far from the school. It was a 6-stop bus ride. Yi Qian, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang got off the bus and headed straight for the place Wu Bingcheng had told them about. The 3 of them trotted, for fear that their classmates would have been taken advantage of if they were late. There was a steel pipe support at the entrance. Several workers wearing construction helmets were squatting by the side, smoking and chatting. They did not care about the sound of ping ping pang pang coming from inside. It was normal for construction sites to make such sounds. The workers walked past them without stopping them, but raised their heads to look at them. Although Sijo Alley was being renovated, there were still some residents who had not moved out in time. The construction team could not wait that long. They were working while waiting for the residents to move out. It was normal for people to come in and out. However, there were a lot of new faces coming in and out today. Seeing Yi Qian and the other two enter the alley, the construction workers continued to rest and chat. After entering the alley, Yi Jian saw 6 young men with steel pipes in their hands. They were standing unsteadily without any proper posture. Yi Jian narrowed her eyes slightly. No wonder Gu Jinglin and the other 3 had to hide. They had controlled objects in their hands. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. They have steel pipes in their hands. Lu Yang muttered softly. He who was originally walking side by side was 1 step slower. He walked behind Yi Jian and said, Yi Jian, you walk in the middle. Don't panic. I saw a lot of planks just now. Let's take a plank to defend ourselves later. Song Jiqiu turned her head to look at Lu Yang. Inadvertently, she saw Lu Yang raise her right hand and gently caress her left wrist. Vaguely, Song Jiqiu seemed to see thin silver ornaments wrapped around her hand. Without thinking much, she said to Lu Yang, Don't be too nervous. Let's find everyone first. I am not nervous. Yi Qian is a girl. It's normal for a boy to protect a girl. Lu Yang swallowed with difficulty. The expression on his face was a little tense. Could be seen that he was actually nervous. Felt a little strange to be protected by a boy. Other than her comrades covering and protecting each other on the battlefield, Yi Qian had never been protected by a boy in real life. During the first class of the semester, the teacher came in and wrote the word comrade on the blackboard. Then, he called out names from the roster and asked the freshmen to stand up and explain what a comrade was. After everyone's explanation, the teacher wrote a line of words on the blackboard. The person who can carry you back from the pile of corpses is your comrade who will never leave you. This sentence really shocked all the students. The only ones who can leave danger to themselves and safety to you are your comrades. You are me and I am you. We trust each other, rely on each other, and protect each other. The first class of the semester was a class that struck directly at their hearts. Lu Yang was nervous, but he still subconsciously knew to protect his comrade. This was how a comradeship was built. Let's settle this peacefully first. If it doesn't work out, we'll settle it with violence. Yi Qian did not let him go last. The 3 of them stood side by side again. In my opinion, these people are just tigers made of paper. If they really fight, they will be more cowardly than the other. Years ago, Luo Ran led a group of gangsters. Brother Huang, who was the leader, also came fiercely. In the end, 1 or 2 of them knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. It could be seen that gang fights were generally done by cowards. Why would a daring person need to ask for help? He could directly kill everyone single-handedly. Chapter 1538. Lu Yang was a little nervous at first, but after hearing what Song Jiqiu said, he felt a little funny. Looking at those people who were wearing all kinds of tight pants and wrapped their bamboo-like legs, he couldn't help laughing out loud. They are as thin as hemp sticks. I think I can beat 2 of them by myself. Anyway, he was a man with some abdominal muscles. Don't be so confident. Don't let Yi Qian protect you. Song Jiqiu laughed in a low voice and teased Lu Yang. She said half-jokingly, Later we just need to protect ourselves. Don't drag Yi Qian down. His cousin had said that she could beat 10 people by herself. He didn't doubt it. Looking at her indifferent expression and her slightly raised eyes, there was a hint of disdain in them. She didn't take these young people seriously at all. It could be seen that she was very confident. Yi Qian asked him with a smile. How many can you beat? 3. 3 is enough. 5 is not enough. Song Jiqiu put her arm around Lu Yang's shoulder, raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, We should have a chance of winning. Yi Qian's smile deepened. You can deal with 3, Lu Yang can deal with 1, and Gu Jinglin and the others can join the fight. The chance of winning is still quite big. Before the fight started, they had divided the tasks. This was called a battle with a plan. The 6 young people guarding the door were talking with steel pipes in their hands. When they saw someone coming in, they couldn't help but raise their heads to look over. With a little bit of fierceness in their eyes, they stared straight at Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle. "Excuse me." "Thank you." Yi Qian stood in front of them with a faint smile and bowed first. The young man in the middle stared at Yi Qian a little obscenely. He spat out the betel nut residue in his mouth and walked up to him with a smile. "Beauty, where are you going? Do you need us to give you a ride?" Looking at him, "I really want to beat him up." Lu Yang and Song Jiqiu stepped forward at the same time and stared at the young man who spoke. Song Jiqiu said in the local dialect, "Please make way." "Thank you." She bowed again. Someone shouted from inside, "Fuck! Did you guys manage to defend it? Did anyone come out?" "No, our brothers are guarding it." The young man who had blocked Yi Qian and the other 2 came back. The moment he opened his mouth, the smell of betel nut in his mouth was so strong that it made one nauseous. "Brother Hui, there's another great beauty outside. Do you want to come out and take a look?" Laughter came from inside. "Looks like Brother Hui's luck with women is not bad today. Brother Hui, do you want to go outside and take a look? Leave the inside to the brothers. As long as they haven't escaped, we'll definitely find them for you." "Fuck, don't talk nonsense with me. Find those who dare to not give me face first." He definitely didn't run out. Keep a close eye on him. Look for him in the unlocked house. Damn it, if I find him, I'll beat him up. Beat them to death. There were not many residents going in and out. The young man who was talking inside became more and more arrogant, as if he was the biggest boss in the whole world. He was the young man who Su-Wen had accidentally dropped the ice cream on his coat. He was tall and strong with a crew cut. There were 5 or 6 earrings in one ear and a string of flamboyant silver jewelry around his neck. He was chewing betel nut in his mouth and walked energetically as if there were lice on his body. The other 20 or so young men were basically dressed in the same way. There were silver jewelry around their necks. Some wore black jackets and some wore denim shirts. Their pants were either loose jeans or tights. There was a silver chain hanging from the side of their belts. Their clothes, appearance, and speech were completely different from those of Yi Qian and the others. Chapter 1539. When the young man who was blocking Yi Qian outside heard the voices inside, he laughed heartily and said, "Huizi, don't regret it if you don't come out. The beauty will be snatched away by me later." Even his laughter was annoying. Lu Yang and Song Jiqiu's faces darkened. "We're going in to find our friends. Please make way for us." Yi Qian didn't look angry at all. He had a faint smile on his beautiful face, like a lotus blooming with dew in summer. When he smiled, the petals made people want to pick them up and smell their fragrance. The young men's eyes were fixed on her. She was a real beauty. With a covetous look, they stared at her and said frivolously, "Beauty, don't be so heartless. You're not in a hurry to find your friends. Come and chat with us first." "I'm sorry. I'm really going to find my friends," Yi Qian said again. There was no change in his expression and words, but his eyes were cold. The young men didn't know what was good for them and moved closer to Yi Qian. "Why don't we go with you to find your friends? After you find your friends, you can play with us. I'm sure you won't refuse this arrangement." "Beauty, Brother Chung likes you, so he wants to play with you. Don't be so ungrateful." "Exactly. You should know what's good for you. It's your honor that Brother Chung likes you. If you refuse, Brother Chung will let you go, but we won't let you go. When we use force, don't be afraid that we won't be polite." Lu Yang was furious. "Hey, don't go too far. Boy, how can you talk like that?" 2 young men in black tights jumped out immediately. In order to show off, they patted their hands with the steel pipes in their hands. "If you don't want to be beaten, you'd better get out of here." Song Jiqiu pulled Lu Yang back. "Don't be impulsive. Follow Yi Qian." Until now, Yi Qian was very calm. It seemed that he had other plans. Moreover, she felt that Yi Qian seemed to be gentle on purpose. He should be like her, who would be polite first and then use force. Thinking of the key point, Song Jiqiu whispered to Lu Yang. Yi Qian told the teacher that she would be reasonable first. Now she was being reasonable. "After we've reasoned with them, we'll find Su-Wen and the others before we make other plans." What he meant by making other plans was naturally fighting. "All right. Then can you all step aside and let me in? Just as Song Jiqiu had expected, Yi Qian had indeed planned to do so. He agreed with a smile and waited for them to step aside. No matter what, finding Su-won and the others was the most important thing. Once everyone was found, there was no need to be distracted by fighting. Yi Qian and the young man walked in front. Whenever the young man spoke, Yi Qian would reply politely without a trace of anger. However, when the young man wanted to touch her, she glanced at him and said calmly, "Watch your step. Don't break your hand." His casual words made the heart of the young man called Brother Chong tremble fiercely, and he obediently withdrew his hand that was about to reach out. In front of them, there was a frame covered with a green net to prevent sand from splashing. Before Yi Qian walked over, Gu Jinglin, who was guarding inside, had already seen her. Coming, Yi Qian is here. He even brought people here. 1, 2, 3. He counted quickly and said happily, "Awesome. There are 9 people here. Almost half of the students in our class are here." Chapter 1540. He didn't take a good look at who they were. After counting the number of people, he turned around and talked to the students behind him. When Yi Qian and the others came closer, he realized that he didn't know anyone other than Yi Qian, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang. Moreover, they were dressed like the gangsters who were chasing after them. No way! Gu Jinglin's heart sank. The 4 of them hadn't gotten away yet, and they had dragged Yi Qian and the others down with them. It's over. Yi Qian and the others still have 6 people behind them. We haven't gotten away yet, and now we've dragged her down with us. Gu Jinglin stared outside and quietly said to the students behind him, "Brothers, when we get out later, I'll leave my back to you. No matter how hard they fight, we can't be separated." They were all smart and knew what to do with just a little reminder. Wu Bingcheng said, "We'll stand back to back in a circle. If one of them throws a steel pipe at us first, just reach out and grab it. You must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Grab it and use it as a self-defense weapon." Fighting against 23 steel pipes with my bare hands, it's a bit hard to grab this one. Yuan Dabing bent over and said carefully, "My back is also in your hands later. Don't let them hit the back of my head." Yi Qian got closer and closer to them. Finally, he stood in front of the support and said to the young man, "My friend is resting here. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Damn it, they're with them. The young man finally realized that he had been fooled. His cheeky smile turned into anger. They've got guts. How dare they trick my brother Chang? After that, he shouted toward the alley, "Huizi, call the brothers over. The people you found are all hiding here. They've got guts. They even called for help to deal with us." Then, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the alley. More than 10 gangsters rushed toward the support. Gu Jinglin was the first to come out of the support. He said to Yi Qian, "We've caused a bit of trouble. I'm sorry, Hen." "It's nothing." Yi Qian shook his head with a smile and asked Su-won, who came out later, "Su-won, are you okay?" Su-won stood beside Yi Qian and said, She's fine. She had a big scare earlier, but she's fine now. She's fine." She moved closer to Yi Qian and said uneasily, "Gu Jinglin and the others said that if we can't win, we should run out and call for help. Do you think anyone will come in to help us?" "I won't." Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. They all have steel pipes in their hands. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. They would only stay far away to avoid getting involved and injuring themselves. This was human nature. Su-wen's face was a little pale. The group of people who were looking for them were walking towards them with steel pipes in their hands. Su-wen was so scared that his shoulders shrunk, but he didn't hide. He stood beside Yi Qian and gulped. He said without backing down, "Then we can only fight them head-on." Gu Jinglin said that we should form a circle back to back. Whoever hits us with a steel pipe, we'll snatch it from them first. Military school students were strong when they met strong opponents. What's more, they were up against a group of scum. Yi Qian smiled until his eyebrows were curved. Military school students had always been very united. Okay, but you have to remember to protect your faces. You can't show any external injuries. On the other side, Brother Hui, who was looking for trouble with Su-wen, came over. When he saw Gu Jinglin and the 7 of them, he said without hesitation, "Beat them up. Beat them up hard. Beat them until they're kneeling and begging for mercy." This kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 1541. When it came to fighting, the goal was always to end it quickly. Whoever beat the other to the ground first would have a clear winner. But there was also the concept of fighting. Fighting was a civil matter, and it was a case of private prosecution. If you hit me with your fists, I hit you with my fists, and it was basically over. Fighting was more serious and was considered an illegal act. Depending on the severity of the case, there would be certain punishments and fines. For example, fighting with controlled items was not called fighting but breaking the law. Yi Qian and the others were acting in self-defense. If they did not fight back when they were attacked, they would be really stupid. They would just be waiting to be beaten to a pulp. The other party often fought and had a certain amount of experience. They planned to take turns fighting Yi Qian and the others. The young man who had stopped Yi Qian earlier said with a fake smile, "Take turns. The brothers outside can't squeeze in. Be careful not to hurt your own people." Yi Qian said to Su Wen beside him, "Fight boldly. We are acting in self-defense. Don't be restrained. Before we came, I told the instructor that you guys were in trouble." That can also be said. How did the instructor react at that time? Su Wen rubbed her wrist. She was clearly a delicate girl, but now there was a murderous look on her face. The military academy was a place to change people. No one was born a soldier, and after being changed, trained, and improved step by step, they finally became a qualified soldier. Su Wen belonged to this kind of military academy student who grew up step by step. There was no time to talk. The young men surrounding them picked up their steel pipes and began to beat them up one by one. Beat them until they kneel and kowtow. Brothers, don't be polite. These people are obviously students. Beat them up. Ha ha ha, they can't even hide it. If the school finds out, they will all be expelled. Yi Qian picked up a red brick unhurriedly and smiled at the ruthless young man. There's a difference between fighting and fighting. I think you guys don't want to go to the police station. As for us, we don't want to either. Controlled items are a little dangerous. If someone uses too much force and their head explodes, it will be a life for a life. Let me give you a suggestion. Although you're here to look for face and show off your might, why don't you fight with your bare hands? To be honest, if I'm the only woman who sees you like this, I'd like to give you 2 words, cowards. 23 of them surrounded the 7 of us. Yet they were still afraid that they wouldn't be able to win. They even brought their controlled items. Since you're here to show off, why don't you show off even more? I also like those with a bit of personality. 8 at a time. Let's go to the side and spar a few moves with our bare hands. How about that? Her words were meant to arouse the temper of this group of people. She had lured 8 of them over by herself. There were still 15 of them left, which would be enough for Song Jiqiu and her companions to fight for a while. When Song Jiqiu and her companions finished the fight, Song Jiqiu and her companions could come to support them. The young man called Brother Hui spat on the ground and waved his hand. Throw away all the fucking pipes in your hands. 8 of you come. Except for Song Jiqiu, who was not surprised. The rest of the students were all shocked by Yi Qian's words. Even if they wanted to persuade him, it was too late. Song Jiqiu stepped aside and fought against 8 people by herself. Seeing this, Brother Chung smiled. He waved the steel pipe in his hand and took the lead to rush up. The steel pipe was the first to hit Song Jiqiu. Wu Bingcheng, who stood aside, shouted loudly, "Watch out!" As he shouted, he raised his hand and tried to catch the steel pipe that was swinging over. Song Jiqiu reacted quickly. She grasped the wrist of her opponent directly and squeezed the steel pipe backward. Then she lifted her foot and kicked the lower part of her opponent's belly hard. She said to Wu Bingcheng, "Kick here." She was experienced in fighting. Chapter 1542. Song Jiqiu's move really shocked Wu Bingcheng. He felt that she was so awesome. You are so awesome." Wu Bingcheng grabbed the steel pipe and hurriedly blocked the steel pipe that was swung at him. He was already full of admiration for his classmate. He is so awesome. Have you learned it before? He was still in the mood to chat in the face of fighting and killing. It could be seen that he had good psychological quality. Song Jiqiu kicked away a young man who was shouting and rushing at her with 2 consecutive kicks. There was a bit of arrogance on her young face. "I have fought many times. Of course I have experience." Did she mean that she used to fight a lot? Don't think about him, bro. Watch him. Yuan Dabing saw that his classmate was still in the mood to look at Song Jiqiu with admiration. He bumped a man away with his shoulder and reminded him, "Yi Qian is fighting 8 people alone. Should we hurry up and finish the fight and help her? Lu Yang is playing hard. What are you waiting for?" Lu Yang's eyes were red. When his fists hit his opponent, what he felt was not fear but excitement. When he heard his opponent's screams, he felt that there was a wild beast in his heart that wanted to rush out from his fists. The more he fought, the more excited he became. The more he fought, the more powerful he felt. Wu Bingcheng, who had never fought and had always been strictly restrained by his parents, went crazy when he saw Lu Yang. His adrenaline soared, which made his breathing speed up, heartbeat and blood flow speed up. The scholar's weak blood boiled all of a sudden. Affected, he began to wave the steel pipe to protect himself and his comrades. The 5 boys stood back to back in a circle to fight against more than 10 ruffians. It was very difficult for them to fight. However, none of them cried out in pain. Even if they were hit by the steel pipe and felt that their bones were broken, they stayed close to their comrades and continued to wave their fists. They had not started to learn close combat. However, after a few months of physical training, the weak scholar had changed. He was not flustered at all. He was calm and collected in the face of danger. Knowing that he was not as awesome as Song Jiqiu, Wu Bingcheng directly waved the steel pipe in his hand, which created a strong wind. The several young men who wanted to beat him became cautious and were afraid of being hit. Among the 5 people, Song Jiqiu's fighting skills were the most skillful. As long as one was beaten by her, the screams would definitely be the loudest, which made one's scalp numb and heart flustered. It was true that Song Jiqiu often got into fights. She used to be in the same junior high school as her cousin Yang Heng. The 2 brothers often went to the internet bar to play games together. Places like the internet bar were filled with a foul atmosphere, where good and bad people mixed in with the honest people. People with bad tempers would start a fight once they had a disagreement. The 2 brothers were very good at playing games. They often formed teams in internet cafes. Because they only had one internet cafe to go online, people often came to the internet cafe to play games with them. Over time, the 2 brothers gained a certain amount of fame in the vicinity. With fame came a problem. Some people were not convinced and brought their brothers to challenge them. At that time, the 2 brothers were still young and their temperaments were not fixed yet. After gaining a little fame, they could not help but become complacent. It was inevitable that they would speak carelessly and offend people. It could be said that the 2 brothers fought from the 2nd year to the 3rd year. In the end, the 2 brothers got into a fight and were sent to the police station together. This time the fight became serious. The parents of the 2 brothers came from other places in a hurry. After cleaning up the mess, the parents of the 2 brothers went to the neighborhood to investigate. It was not until then that they knew what their children had done. The parents of the 2 brothers were so angry. Judging from the grades of the 2 brothers, there was no way to know that they were so lawless. Chapter 1543. Yuan Dabing gasped and leaned against Song Jiqiu. "I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. I didn't find you at school. Good girl. You hit so well. You are good at studying and fighting. Bro, you have to teach me next time." "I don't need to teach you how to fight. After today you will know how to fight. When you are in your junior year, I believe you can deal with 3 or 5 people by yourself." Song Jiqiu could still answer with a smile. It seemed that she was fine, but in fact she had been beaten all over her body. He was good at studying and fighting. This was nothing. When he was in junior high school, he fought and played games. He pretended to be a good student at school and a vagrant outside. Outside and inside the campus, he was so proficient that even the teachers didn't find anything unusual. If he hadn't been in the police station and Uncle Yang hadn't been promoted and returned to the southern province, he and his cousin Yang Heng would have had a fight. Director Yang, who had been promoted and returned to the southern province, took his son and nephew back from the police station and made a prompt decision to separate the 2 brothers. Director Yang took Yang Heng to the southern province to study in the summer vacation of the 3rd year of junior high school. Song Jiqiu stayed in the city for 1 year and continued to study in the 3rd year of junior high school. Although the 2 brothers were separated, their rebellious nature didn't change. Yang Heng, who had studied in the southern province, still went to the internet bar to play games on Saturdays and Sundays. He was not as arrogant as he had been in junior high school, but he still fought when he was in a fight. His fists were very tough. Otherwise, Luo Ran wouldn't have been so obedient and followed his lead. Without her cousin by her side, Song Jiqiu restrained herself a lot. She played fewer games online and fought fewer times. However, when it was time to fight, she still showed her fists. Her father, who was a university professor, was so worried that he would hear the news that his child was in the hospital one day. After thinking it over, he discussed it with his wife and decided to send Song Jiqiu to learn Taekwondo. As a result, Song Jiqiu's fighting skills improved a few levels. Once he was good at fighting, the young people who besieged him almost all targeted him. Fortunately, Gu Jinglin was also a person who could control the situation. Gu Jinglin was a northerner. He was tall and strong. Standing among the students, he was like an iron tower. Judging from his height, he was very imposing. Usually, he would eat one more bowl than the average guy. His hands were very strong. He grabbed a guy's wrist and punched the guy's armpit. That scream. Eh? Not only did you bully the girls in our class, you're also so arrogant. I'll beat you to death. Gu Jinglin, who had the forthrightness of a northerner, lifted his long leg and ruthlessly kicked a young man away. He cursed and swore, but he had no intention of stopping. Luckily, Yi Qian had goaded most of the youths into throwing away their steel pipes. Only a few of them were still holding on to their steel pipes, including Brother Chang. Brother Chang was used to playing dirty tricks. Seeing that Song Jiqiu and Gu Jinglin were not easy to deal with, he targeted Wu Bingcheng. Seeing that Wu Bingcheng had been punched several times, he picked up his steel pipe and smashed it on Wu Bingcheng's shoulder. Even if the other party wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, Song Jiqiu, Gu Jinglin, and Yuan Dabing would not allow it. Although the three of them were furious, they did not lose their minds. After all, they had received several months of military school training and various assessments. Even though Wu Bingcheng had been punched several times, the three of them could still keep calm. They did not turn into Avengers and randomly hit him. The three of them were very clear that if they were in a mess, they would end up in a more miserable state. Chapter 1544. Watch out for that skinny guy with the steel pipe. He's playing tricks on us. Yuan Dabing was from Zhujiang. He was usually gentle, but he grew up in a rural area and had a wild personality. He was not afraid of trouble and punched people's eyes and noses directly. When fighting with bare hands and knuckles hit people's faces, the sudden excitement was indescribable. In addition, they had been trained for a long time in school and were restrained by strict discipline. The boys, who were still in the transition period from undisciplined to strict, seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. They punched, kicked, pulled their opponents over and beat them together. In short, they did whatever they felt good about. Relying on their advantage in numbers, their opponents did not take these students seriously. They threw away the steel pipes in their hands and really thought they were invincible. Unexpectedly, they kicked an iron plate. Although 15 people surrounded 5 boys, they did not gain much advantage. However, Song Jiqiu and the others did not gain any advantage. Shi and Lu Yang had changed into casual clothes, and were not afraid of exposing their identities when fighting. Gu Jinglin, Yuan Dabing, and Wu Bingcheng still had to take care of their outer clothes, so that their winter clothes would not be exposed. However, among them, Yi Qian was the one who had the least concern. While leading Su Wen in the fight, he did not forget to instruct her. Hit a snake where it hurts the most. It's the same to hit people. The nose is the most vulnerable to pain, followed by the eyes. The abdomen is the most vulnerable part of the body. As for men, the crotch is the most vulnerable part. You just choose this part to kick. Every time you hit a man, you hit a man. Su Wen was dumbfounded. This works. Soon she tasted the sweetness. As Yi Qian said, those who were kicked in the crotch were all in so much pain that their bodies bent like a shrimp. Their facial features were so distorted that they could not bear to look at them. Good. Increase your strength. This time let them be in so much pain that they can't stand up. Yi Qian kicked a young man with a side kick. He flew a few steps away and fell to the ground. When he withdrew his foot, he praised Su Wen. In a fight, you should finish it quickly and gain the initiative by striking first. Be careful not to be sloppy. Your hands and feet are tied. You can't use all of your strength. With a leap, Yi Qian grabbed the man who was shouting the loudest. With a smile on her face, she easily pinned him down with one hand behind his back. At the same time, she wrapped her left hand around his neck from behind and lifted her leg to kick the man's left knee. The man screamed even louder. He was in so much pain that when Yi Qian let go, he fell to his knees. Then he screamed even louder and fell to the left. It turned out that his left knee had been dislocated by Yi Qian's kick, and his right hand, which had been locked behind his back, was hanging limply by his side. Brother Hui, I thought you were good at fighting, but it seems like you're only SOSO. Yi Qian laughed coldly. His eyes were like blooming frost, emitting a dazzling and frightening chill. Snatching someone on the street? With that little bit of ability of yours? Just go home and lie down. Injured tendons and broken bones would take 100 days to recover. Indeed, one could only obediently return home and lie down. Fighting 1 against 8, he did not give Su Wen much of a chance to make a move. Yi Qian only used less than 5 minutes to finish off all 8 of them. All of them were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Their bodies were twisted, and their mouths were constantly letting out painful cries. Yi Qian stepped over their bodies and cast an indifferent glance down at them, as if he was looking down at ants. Chapter 1545. Su Wen's eyes were twinkling with stars. She was so cool. So cool. Especially when Yi Qian lifted her leg for a side kick. Her legs were stretched perfectly straight. With a sweep of her leg, she stood steadily on one leg and sent her opponent flying with one kick. Cool, cool, cool. So cool. Also, when she fought in close combat, she grabbed her opponent's shoulder and threw him over her shoulder. Her movements were so free and easy that they were explosive. Awesome, awesome. Su Wen followed Yi Qian's footsteps closely. The admiration in her eyes was so deep that she almost lost herself. Seeing Yi Qian push all 8 people down, she did not worry about how to explain it to the school later. She only had eyes for Yi Qian and did not have time to care about other things. Go to the front and rest for a while. If you see anyone playing tricks behind, come out and beat him up. Yi Qian did not rest after the fight. She was done here, but Song Jiqiu and the others were not done yet. After giving Su Wen some instructions, Yi Qian jumped over several young men who had fallen to the ground and joined the group of male students. Awesome, how can she be so awesome? It's the first time I see a girl fighting so cool. Su Wen was so fascinated that all her eyes were focused on Yi Qian. When she ran to the side and stood there, she only stared at Yi Qian. Yi Qian had been besieged too many times in her previous life. At that time, she did not have the ability to defend herself, and had to rely on her 2 legs to avoid being besieged. In this life, she had not escaped yet. The faint sneer in her eyes gradually disappeared. Yi Qian raised her hand and touched the silver wire on her wrist. Without saying a word, she walked behind a young man who wanted to pick up a steel pipe and hit him. As the light in her eyes gradually faded, only darkness remained in her dark pupils. Yi Qian bent down to pick up a steel pipe and directly locked the young man's neck from behind. The neck was the weakest part of the human body. Once it was attacked, it was usually the most fatal attack. Just like ferocious beasts, they liked to bite the neck of their prey when they attacked because they could kill in one move. However, Yi Qian would not kill anyone. Her purpose was only to teach them a lesson. The young man, whose neck was strangled by the steel pipe, was so scared that he shivered. He reflexively grabbed the steel pipe that was already strangling his neck, causing him to have difficulty breathing. He struggled with all his might. Yi Qian did not do anything to him, but her actions were too dangerous. Her opponent felt that his life was in danger. She pulled him back step by step until they reached Brother Chang, who was laughing arrogantly as he fought. Then he threw him out, and he hit Brother Chang's back. The place where she was fighting with the other 8 people happened to be around a corner. Brother Chang, who was fighting excitedly, did not expect that the 8 of them could not win against a girl. Therefore, he did not even look in that direction. Before Brother Chang could stand up, he turned his head around vigilantly and saw that the girl who dared to challenge his 8 brothers alone was standing in front of him and scathed. "Why is it you?" His expression instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled while holding the steel pipe. "Why can't it be me?" Walking over, Yi Qian stepped on his ankle with one foot and tapped his knee with the steel pipe in her hand. Brother Chang, pick a place for me to hit. Knee or leg? Choose one of the two. How could Brother Chang endure such a provocation? He picked up the steel pipe in his hand and stood up. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he roared. Brothers, beat this girl up. Damn it. She dares to threaten me. She must be tired of living. Although he was shouting, he did not dare to charge forward alone. Chapter 1546. He had enough momentum, but he didn't have the guts. Yi Qian laughed out loud. The hand holding the steel pipe is so stiff that it's difficult for you to straighten it. Brother Chang, you're so scared, but you're still trying to be brave. I'm threatening you. What can you do to me? Fight me one-on-one if you dare. I'll wait for you. One-on-one. Brother Chang didn't dare. His thoughts were exposed. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of my fight. It was really annoying to hear him say your father again and again. Hearing their brother's voice, 3 of the 15 people who were attacking Song Jiqiu ran over immediately. They wanted to help, but they didn't even have a chance to get close to Yi Qian. The 3 people were knocked down by Yi Qian in less than 3 minutes. Brother Chang, who was standing aside with a sneer, didn't dare to stand aside and watch. He shouted and raised the steel pipe to hit Yi Qian. Brother Chang, this is a one-on-one fight. Yi Qian dodged easily, but his words were aggressive. Brother Chang, since you're so powerful, why don't we have a fight? Why don't we sign a life-and-death contract? It's up to God whether you live or die. What do you think? Brother Chang, who was embarrassed, spat out the betel nut residue that he had been chewing and hit Yi Qian with the steel pipe again. Damn it! He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a girl. He could beat others with the advantage of numbers, but it was difficult to beat Yi Qian, who used to be in the special forces. 11 people had been knocked down in front of him. It was not a big deal to knock down a few more now. Yi Qian didn't rush to beat him. Song Jiqiu and the others were besieged by 12 local ruffians. It was not too late to kill a few of them first. The fight went on for nearly 10 minutes. The local ruffians, who had been laughing arrogantly while fighting, soon stopped laughing. Lu Yang, who was the weakest and had been beaten up the most, stared at Yi Jian with his eyes wide open. Even his mouth was agape in shock. He stared at Yi Jian in disbelief. He watched as she kicked several people to the ground in succession. They were all convulsing on the ground and could not even stand up. What the fuck? Gu Jinglin watched as Yi Qian single-handedly snatched a steel pipe from a gangster's hand and used the steel pipe to lock the gangster's hands behind his back. He even twisted the gangster's hands like a square plate. Tisk! Gu Jinglin sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he felt pain for that gangster. Twisting the steering wheel like that would probably break his arm. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Yi Jian grabbed the sleeve of another gangster whose jacket was not buttoned up. She circled around him from behind as if she was dancing and took off his jacket easily. What followed next was Gu Jinglin and Wu Bingqing prostrating themselves on the ground. So cool. It was like watching a fight on TV. She used her clothes to strangle the other person's neck from behind. At the same time, she could also raise her slender and straight leg and kick the other gangster who was holding a steel pipe to the ground. Oh my god. Oh my god. This. I feel like my eyes aren't enough. It was too exciting to watch, too satisfying. No, my blood was boiling after watching it. Song Jiqiu supported her shoulder with one hand and shrugged her right shoulder that had been beaten. Looking at Yi Qian's valiant and heroic movements, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His cousin had said that Yi Qian was very good at fighting and ordinary people were no match for her. Seeing it with his own eyes today, he was more shocked than when he had heard about it. He also felt that it was more incredible. How could a girl fight like this? She was so good at fighting. Watching her fight, he felt that he had learned Taekwondo in the past few years in vain. Chapter 1547. At the same time, she understood why her cousin looked like that at that time. She didn't understand it at that time and even joked about whether he liked her or not. Her cousin smiled and answered after a long time. Of course I like her. How can I not like her? How can I not like a girl like her? However, the like I'm talking about is different from the like in your mind at this moment. Until he saw Yi Qian, he still felt that his cousin had not told him the truth. His cousin must not have known how gentle his eyes were when he mentioned Yi Qian's name. There was only gentleness in his eyes. Before he saw her, it was hard to imagine how beautiful a girl who was good at fighting and studying could be. At most, her skin was fair and delicate. After all, his cousin had said that her skin was as fair as a peeled egg. A fair complexion could cover 100 ugliness. When he saw her on the day of the military training, he really felt that it was normal to like Yi Qian. She was beautiful, tall, and elegant. Whoever liked her would definitely have good taste. His cousin had good taste. Now he finally understood why his cousin had said that he liked Yi Qian, but it was not the love between a man and a woman. He also finally understood his cousin's expression at that time. Admiration, appreciation, admiration. But there was no love. Yi Qian, for a girl like her, you would gradually lose sight of her beauty. You would only see her excellence, which was more shocking than her beauty. To Song Jiqiu's surprise, she had become Yi Jian's classmate and a student of the same cohort in her lifetime. Song Jiqiu suddenly felt that she was very lucky. Does it mean that we have nothing to do? Yuan Dabing swallowed his saliva and asked quietly, I feel that Yi Qian can deal with them alone. We don't need to do anything. Song Jiqiu shook her head and denied. It's not a feeling. We don't need to do anything at all. She can deal with all of them alone. It was indeed difficult for a girl like her to like a man and a woman. She would only worship her. After Yi Qian came back, she didn't want her classmates to fight again. One or two of them had been beaten black and blue. If she fought again, she was afraid that she would have to help them back to school. Fighting was a way to vent one's emotions. Every time Yi Qian hit someone, he felt refreshed. The things that he did not do in his previous life and did not dare to do, he experienced and faced them one by one in this life. It was as if he had conquered another difficult problem and ushered in a new life. Brother Cheng, who had been deliberately left behind by Yi Qian, was already trembling at the sight of her. One woman against more than 10 brothers, and she easily took down one in a minute. He didn't even dare to watch. He just wanted to run away as soon as possible. I didn't check the date when I went out today. I'm really unlucky. The person who was left for last wants to run away. Shouldn't you guys do something about it? Yi Qian, who was having a good time, kept an eye on Brother Cheng. When she saw him slowly moving away, she reminded her classmate. Brother Cheng just said that I don't deserve to fight him one-on-one. I'm afraid that Brother Cheng is too good at fighting and won't take me seriously. I'm warming up now. If I fight with Brother Cheng one-on-one, he will definitely think that I'm qualified to fight him one-on-one. After taking down the last local ruffian, Yi Qian took out the belt from his waist and locked his hands behind his back. She tied him up with the belt quickly and looked at Brother Cheng with a smile, whose face had changed. Song Jiqiu and the other 4 male students blocked Brother Cheng's way. The 5 of them stepped forward with bruises all over their faces. They were absolutely powerful enough. Chapter 1548. There were male students blocking the way in front and Yi Qian coming from behind. The cowardly Brother Cheng was even worse than Brother Hui, who had been beaten up by Yi Qian. He turned around and knelt down, not daring to say a word. It was said that men had gold under their knees, but this arrogant Brother Cheng really didn't. He knelt down and started begging for mercy. He didn't dare to resist. In front of him, more than a dozen of his brothers were kicked to the ground one by one. They bent over and clutched their stomachs as they cried out in pain. Fights were common in the city. As long as no one died, no one would interfere. It was also raining and humid outside, so the residents who lived here didn't come out. People outside wouldn't come in, and the construction workers wouldn't interfere either. The group fight lasted for about 20 minutes before it ended. Brother Cheng, who was begging for mercy, was directly pressed down by his brothers one by one. It wasn't until Yi Qian and the rest left that he dared to yell, "Get the fuck off!" They didn't press down on his body, only his legs. The 23 hooligans had kicked the iron plate a little too hard today. They thought that they would definitely win because they had more people, but in the end, they fell one after another. In the end, all of them were lying on the ground and wailing. Even the 2 so-called big brothers were beaten black and blue. Yi Qian, you are my idol. Do you have a picture? I want to take your picture and paste it on the wall. At first she was scared witless, but now she was overjoyed. Suwon was so excited that she chattered nonstop like a sparrow. I want to see you every day. I want to learn from Yiqian every day. Learn well and fight well. She didn't need to learn how to fight. Yiqian patted her shoulder and joked. Fighting requires talent. What about you? If you don't have talent, you can only sit in the laboratory and do experiments. I think I have talent. I kicked a few people just now. Suwon, whose mind was only filled with Yiqian's handsome fighting image, refused to give up. From then on, she kept pestering Yiqian. Needless to say, Suwon, who had good skills, directly joined the field forces and became a famous female officer in the military. Song Jiqiu did not talk much. She only listened to her classmates asking about Yiqian incessantly. Compared to them, she knew a little about Yiqian through her cousin. She knew that Yiqian had an uncle who was very difficult to deal with, and who was eager to see Yiqian in trouble. Cousin also said that Yiqian didn't have a good life when he was young. If he didn't become stronger, he probably wouldn't have survived. It was still good to be a little more powerful. That was how Yiqian was born today. I've learned grappling and grappling before, so fighting won't be much of a problem for me. Yiqian smiled as he answered his classmates' questions. There was no need to hide such things. The military academy's physical training was a competition where you competed against each other, and it was also a place where the strong could speak. There was no need to hide one's abilities like in high school. In a place like the military academy, there was no way to hide one's abilities. After a few training sessions, everyone would know what you were capable of. If you were too humble, it would even give others the impression that you were a hypocrite. Suwon had been holding Yiqian's arm. Her eyes didn't move at all. Even if the male students were talking beside her, she only had eyes for Yiqian. Hearing this, she immediately said, Teach me, teach me. A great teacher produces a great student. Believe in me, Yiqian. I will definitely be a good student. If she had Yiqian's skills, she wouldn't have gotten her classmates into trouble today. Chapter 1549. For the first time, Suwon understood how sincere her father was when he said those words to her before she went to the military academy. Her father had said that after entering the army, you were no longer an individual but a whole group. If you did not do well, the whole class would be punished. Joining a group, not only did one have to work hard to improve himself, but he also had to remember to help his comrades improve. A group was not you or him. A group was you, me, and him. Every word and action represented the honor and disgrace of the whole group. In a group, one had to learn from each other, understand how to care for each other, supervise each other, and learn from each other's strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. Suwon felt that she had dragged the group down this time. Because of her, 6 classmates had stood up for her and fought for her. All of them had been beaten black and blue. Thinking about this, Suwon's eyes turned red. She suddenly became depressed. How can we go back to school like this? The guards directly stopped us. Then what should we do? After the fight, she knew that she was scared. Song Jiqiu glanced at Yiqian. To be honest, this matter could only be left to her. They could not deal with it. Don't worry. As long as we arrive at the school gate on time, the brigade leader will take us in, Yiqian said softly, which made the 6 of them feel cheerful. It was as if the clouds and fog had cleared to see the dawn. Suwon was stunned. Leader, the brigade leader will take us in? Yes. Didn't I tell you before? You were bullied and blocked outside. I hope the instructor can let me, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang go out to solve the problem. Moreover, I told the instructor that we would not bring the trouble to school. Yiqian explained calmly to prevent his classmates from worrying. Now we will solve the problem outside so there will be no problem. Really? But they. Suwon felt that the news was a bit unreal. They had fought. After the fight, the brigade leader would come out to take them into school. It sounded incredible. Don't worry. Since Yiqian asked us to fight freely, he must have a way to make sure that nothing will happen to us. I believe that Yiqian can solve the problem. Yuan Dabing laughed heartily. His tone was full of trust for Yiqian. If Yiqian says it's fine, then it must be fine. Lu Yang, who was covering his face, nodded heavily, indicating that he also believed in Yiqian. His face was punched a few times, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. His mouth was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak clearly. Gu Jinglin, who was the happiest of them all, laughed out loud. We've earned a lot today. You don't know how much fun I had just now. I punched the guy in the face. Ouch, I saw his spit flying. But, as he spoke, he frowned and swung his hand. I was in so much pain that I thought my knuckles were broken. Old Gu was very mighty today. I was the closest to him and his elbow almost hit me a few times. Lao Gu, you have committed a grave mistake. Song Jiqiu joined in the conversation. In a short while the atmosphere became more harmonious. There was no tension at all. Su Wen was a girl, and her mind was more delicate than that of boys. Although she also believed in Yi Qian, she could not be completely at ease until she actually went to school. Because she was the one involved and she had implicated her classmates. Yi Qian could tell that she was still worried. When they got on the bus, he said softly to her, "Don't blame yourself. We are a group. We should learn to take care of each other and rely on each other. We should not stay away from you immediately after you make a mistake, for fear of being implicated." Chapter 1550. The bus rocked back and forth. Yi Qian's slightly cold voice gradually calmed Su Wen down. "It's normal to be worried about us now. But Su Wen, you're our comrade. If you get bullied outside, we will definitely help you. Because you're our comrade, we can't just stand by and watch. We're comrades in arms. Not only do we have to help each other in learning and training, we also have to help each other in life. Don't the instructors, brigade leaders, and teachers always say that we're a team? No one can give up on the other team. In my eyes, fighting together is the same as testing the team's results together. No one is allowed to say that they're dragging each other down." Yi Qian didn't want Su Wen to feel too burdened. As he spoke, he intentionally changed the topic. He no longer revolved around fighting, but instead brought up their daily training. "Since you know who's dragging us down, why don't you help him out more often? We clearly know that he's not as good as others in certain aspects, but everyone is indifferent. This isn't teamwork, this is exclusion. Since that's the case, we have to accept that when one of us makes a mistake, everyone will be punished." Yi Qian spoke very quickly and gently, but every word carried a deeper meaning. He spoke directly to Su Wen's heart, making her listen carefully and attentively, afraid to miss even half a word from Yi Qian. Life, training, hygiene, learning, we have to learn to take care of each other in all aspects. During training, everyone has to remember to give a hand to whoever runs slower a hand. Failing a regulation exam, failing physical training, being late for an emergency gathering, etc., we'll encounter a lot of these things in the future. While we learn to accept it, we have to remember to help the students who are dragging us down. I know what you're worried about. The military's regulations restrict your every word and action. Fighting is definitely not allowed. However, we have to help each other and care for each other. In the military academy, even the most independent individuals have to learn to get along. Even the most dictatorial people have to learn to obey. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Whatever the brigade leader asks, we just have to answer truthfully. Look, we didn't cause any trouble. We didn't cripple anyone, and we didn't bleed. Su Wen's forehead was slightly sweaty. Why did she feel that those people were beaten very badly? Yi Qian seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He blinked and said meaningfully, "I only dislocated their joints, and damaged their subcutaneous tissues. They were all minor injuries. It was already miserable enough." But Su Wen did not expect the brigade leader to nod and say, "This way of handling things is still acceptable. However, none of you are allowed to go out again, including Yi Qian." After saying that, he waved his hand and let the 7 of them go. When the instructors and teachers heard the captain's recount, they all smiled and shook their heads. This female student from Yi Qian is brave and resourceful, and has the air of a great general. What's more, he has a strong sense of collective honor. When his comrade is being bullied outside, he doesn't just stand by and watch. Instead, he directly chooses to step in. He even knows when to stop. At that time, he even remembers to remind the students to protect their faces. Ha, this child is quite interesting. The instructor was a soldier, so he definitely did not like students who were like cowards. They were at the age where they were hot-blooded and vigorous. As long as they knew when to stop and teach the scum outside a lesson, it was not a big deal. Also, don't you think that this student from Yi Qian is very good at commanding and controlling people? I'm quite relieved that he's handling matters personally. Therefore, she clearly explained the reason for going out and gave the 3 clearance slips to her. Chapter 1551. As a civil servant, the teacher did not object this time. That's true. He has strong commanding ability and persuasive ability. But we can't just let it go like this. We still have to abide by the rules. Yi Qian can handle it well, but I'm still observing the other students. What he meant was that he believed Yi Qian would always be good, but the other students were still a question mark. I agree. Although this matter was handled appropriately, I don't recommend it. The captain added. Although the 7 people who fought later were not punished or expelled, the teacher said that there were a lot of fallen leaves on campus recently, and the cleaning lady was too busy to handle it. The 7 of them could help the cleaning lady until the winter vacation this year. The 7 of them helped the cleaning lady to clean the campus. The students in the class were confused, but they could not find out the reason. After a week, no one asked about it. He Jing knew it that day. She said indignantly, "If I were there, I would definitely disable some of them." Thinking that she did not help and that He Jing took the initiative to clean the campus, no one could persuade her to stop. In her words, "We'll share blessings and misfortunes together." Simple and pure comradeship was built day after day, year after year. Every day they crawled, touched, and rolled around together. They ate, drank, and slept together. Even if they were separated later, they still thought of each other and worried about each other. After this incident, Song Jiqiu, Su Wan, and the other 5 people were absolutely obedient to Yi Qian. As long as Yi Qian said something, they would listen and believe that what he said must be correct. They were not the only ones who believed in Yi Qian. After a long time, the other students in the class were also influenced. They no longer resented someone for being punished because of him or her. They also no longer warned anyone not to make the same mistake again. During training, if someone ran slowly, someone would immediately stop and pull him or her to run together. If someone failed the internal affairs and was punished, they would solve it together and complete it together. The teachers and instructors were very surprised by this change. According to their experience, it would take at least 1 semester for a class to integrate, supervise, and care for each other to see the results. Unexpectedly, their class did not even finish the semester. The atmosphere in the class was so harmonious that the teachers and instructors felt refreshed when they walked into the classroom. This proved once again that Yi Qian did indeed have a certain level of leadership, cohesiveness, control, and command ability. On top of that, she had excellent physical fitness and never lagged behind in her studies. All the instructors felt that Yi Qian was the most outstanding student of this year. In December, Yi Qian became busier. She would be leaving school for training in about half a month. Her studies were all self-taught, and she would ask the teacher if she did not understand. At the same time, she had to go in and out of the laboratory more often. Sometimes, she would still be in the laboratory at midnight. This was because she had to personally complete all the experiments during the time she was away from school. She had to write a report and submit it to the higher-ups. Other than a few kilometers of cross-country and group events, she didn't participate in any other individual training. When they entered the military training, the 4th-year senior said, "As long as you perform well, you can watch your classmates train." Yi Qian belonged to this category. However, she really didn't have the time to watch her classmates train. She had to put all her time into her studies. She needed to compress the 45 days' worth of learning until she left school on December 12.